Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. In what could be the first step toward building a new coal-fired power plant in Gillette, Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon announced Monday that Basin Electric Power Cooperative will receive $4 million in state matching money through the Wyoming Energy Authority to study building a second unit at the Dry Fork Station power plant. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that coal advocates are saying this is a pivotal moment for American energy.
This is pretty big news because the last time anyone fired up a new coal-fired plant, it was in 2013 down in Texas.
This coal-fired plant will be the second additional one in Gillette. The first one opened in 2011. Reclusive Wyoming billionaire Timothy Mellon has been identified by the New York Times as the anonymous donor of $130 million to the military during the government shutdown. But as Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports, last year, Mellon did fund an eye-catching, controversial billboard.
We put up a massive billboard on the Colorado-Wyoming border alerting people driving into Colorado they were getting ready to enter Venezuela.
The 83-year-old Mellon lives in Saratoga, Wyoming, and an heir to the Mellon banking fortune. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Although Donald Trump didn't take up Wyoming Senator John Barrasso's invitation to attend Saturday's border war football game between the University of Wyoming and rival Colorado State University, the president did send a message. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports the video was all about energy.
This video was due in part to his invitation for Trump to actually attend the game in person. While Trump is traveling overseas this week, he was able to film a video message in which he touted Wyoming's coal industry, which coincided with the university's blackout jerseys honoring Wyoming's coal industry.
This was the first time the Wyoming Cowboys wore something other than brown and gold. UW won in a 28-0 shutout of the Rams in the 117th border war game to claim the coveted Bronze Boot traveling trophy. An Evanston-based judge on Monday declined to dismiss a legal challenge by Thermopolis Republicans. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that they're accusing their state party of waging backroom power plays to thwart state law and cheat people of fair representation.
Some Hot Springs County Republicans who were vying for state delegation and leadership positions basically accused the state party of doing kind of a backroom arbitration to oust them after they'd already been elected to those positions. And so they filed suit. They filed a legal challenge saying the state party broke the law here and they flouted state law. And a judge on Monday was like, yeah, it's likely that they did that. No one in the suit is disputing that they did that. They claim they have a constitutional defense. The judge said, yeah, well, that constitutional right that you're claiming to associate with whom you wish and to dictate the terms of your own membership, really because you have some control over state political processes, it has to be weighed against the people's right to have fair and orderly elections.
Now, the judge ordered their attorney, Clark Stith, and the state Republican Party's attorney, Caleb Wilkins, to file motions for summary judgment by January 12th. He said he'd hear arguments about those motions on March 11th. Each day in the month of October, Cowboy State Daily publishes a spooky tale that has Wyoming ties. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy tells the tale of the Irma Hotel in Cody, Wyoming, where some of the guests who didn't check out are more popular than the ones who do.
That room 35, where all this paranormal stuff is happening, was actually the same room where in 1912, a U.S. cavalry soldier, Frank Cunningham, shot up the room after he had some hallucinations. A former employee from the 1990s said that a gentleman in a fedora would be sitting in the booth and they would go to take care of him and he would be gone.
William F. Buffalo Bill Cody celebrated the opening of his Irma Hotel with a huge party in 1902. The now iconic hotel, named after his youngest daughter, has gone on to host more than 120 years of princes, Indian chiefs, cowboys, and yes, even ghosts. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Tuesday. Jen is with us. Jen Coker. I almost forgot about you, Jen.
That's not nice.
I know.
You're getting too famous.
No, it's not that. I wish. My OnlyFans account is dismal.
You're going to have to work on sprucing that up so you can get your ranch and the bighorns.
How much does breast augmentation cost? That's the only way I see to boost my viewership.
No, you're going to have to go about this in a different way, Jake.
You're right. Like a more cerebral, intellectual way. Okay.
Well, I'll tell you, I actually interviewed a woman who has a very successful OnlyFans account. And she said her biggest, and she does scantily clad stuff and has a ton of guys. But she said her biggest post was one morning she got on without makeup and said, "Hi, everyone. Happy Friday." And she's like, it went viral because there's so many lonely people. So tap into the loneliness.
Okay. That's good advice.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'll try to do that. Yesterday, you missed. We were taking just sort of a straw poll on where you are with the Welcome to Wyoming signs, the new ones. We have them for 8-year stretches. We auctioned off the old ones. Have you seen the new ones with all the photographs on them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan.
Yeah, I'm not either. And Y.Dot's Doug McGee, he's the public affairs guy. Like, he has to put a positive spin on it. So he says, I will bet $1 that they are more the second most popular after Yellowstone, like to take selfies with, which maybe that's true, but let's ask the real question. Let's poll. Do people like them? And I don't.
No, I think what he's talking about is the novelty of Wyoming, because when people from outside of the state come to the least populated state, they want a photo.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what the sign looks like. It's the location.
Yeah, you're right. What would be your design if they hired you? Can you be a designer? Would you be good at that?
Nobody would ever hire me for design or fashion. So let's get that straight.
Oh, rats.
But,
well, this is we're thinking outside the box.
We are. I'm a purist. So I like the real simple signs, not a lot of photo. We don't need photos. We're in Wyoming. We're looking at it.
Yeah. Take the photo. Yeah, that's what you must be listening to the show. That's what I said. I want to go back to whatever it looked like, in the 60s. I think it was just the bucking horse.
Yeah.
On the brown or gold or both, but whatever. Just simple.
Yeah.
In Wyoming.
These signs they're trying way too hard to sell what they don't need to try hard to sell.
Trying too hard. These signs are trying to overachieve. Yep. I'm with you on that, Jen. And then the other one was, what else were we asking about? I'll think of it in a minute. I'm just getting, litmus test on your feelings of the day. So where are we with the Jen Coker story? I got to catch up. See,
There's too much.
I
was looking at Cowboy State Daily this week. And I'm like, this is, and I work here, so I'm biased, but there are so many interesting stories. I'm like, I would read that. I would read that. I was like, how are we coming up with this stuff? It's clever.
I know. And Monday, it's like, if I didn't keep up over the weekend, it's a lot of stuff.
It's so much.
I tried to read a lot of it. I did read this because, of course, we all love dogs, Kyoto.
Mm-hmm.
And Jen, you'll have to explain to me why it's okay when you say a couple times in this story, Kyoto is food reward. Like, he only eats when he works. He only eats when he finds stuff. Like, can't he just eat regular sometimes?
No, that was the part about this particular dog that blew my mind. Because remember, I mean, it's not an Eric, the handler. He's there too. And, he has to feed him and train with him. And I'm like, even on a Sunday night in the middle of winter, it's 20 below. Don't you just want to give him a bowl of food?
Right. Here you
Nobody's
go.
looking. Yeah. And he's like, nope. We go out.
What?
And he's got different places have set up training, like the school, and don't quote me on this, I can't remember, but he has set training centers that people are helping him so he can go out at, Sunday in the middle of winter and actually train them.
Yeah.
But it's very strict. It's the ATF. These federal agencies, when they get their hands on it, they're just like, this is how this is going to be. So yeah, that dog only eats out of his hand, and that's all he knows.
Oh. Kyoto, 100% food driven, as Jen explained, ATF trained accelerant detection dog. He sniffs out how a fire may have started. Like, he can sniff out kerosene, gasoline, stuff that would get a fire going, huh? That's his jam.
Yeah. Up to 1,000. I mean, Eric's like, he was talking to other handlers of accelerant dogs, and they couldn't even get a firm number, but he thought upwards of 1,000 different accelerants. Or distillates. I was really impressed with how accurate he was. And, in some cases, they wouldn't need a dog. They'll walk into a scene and the smell of gasoline is so overpowering that, it's obviously going to be accelerant set fire. But when in the cases where they walk in and there's, not that clear indicator, Kyoto is just such a player. He can walk in and sniff something, and not only sniff it, but within 2 inches of where the accelerant was actually placed on that object. It was very impressive.
And this this alerts authorities. He's not the final call. After all, he is a dog. But whatever he sniffs out, like, they go test, they lab test, and he's like, Kyoto was right.
Yeah. And he has yet to be wrong. And like, both Chris McDonald, the lead investigator, and Eric were saying, it's such a time save. And it saves them also when they're trying to figure out what to send to the lab, because that's time and money also.
Right. Imagine going to like just a burned out structure and where to even begin, how to even try to find stuff. Harness that nose, man. The dogs smell better than we do. They can sniff out cancer. This dog, Kyoto, can sniff out accelerants. Anything else he can do? Can they expand his training? Would they think about it? I don't know.
No, they want to keep him very specific for his purpose. But what he can do is jump up in your lap.
Oh, he likes to do that.
Yes. Unlike those canines, they're not to diss on the canines. They're awesome, but they're not friendly. Kyoto's like, jumps up in your lap, and he's just so cute.
Yeah, those what is the Malinois?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The Belgian
Malinois. They are next level, super athletic. They're not, mean by nature, like a German Shepherd. They can be the nicest dog in the world, but for what they're trained, their purposes, they're possibly standoffish. They're not a lap dog. They're not Kyoto.
Well, you're not allowed to pet him. I did an interview, and I was like, "Can I pet?" And he's like,
Did he say, how's your insurance?
Yeah, he's like, stay away. But another thing about Kyoto too, his cuteness factor and his friendliness factor is when, they're interviewing witnesses on scene, right? These people have just lost their houses. And in cases where it's not arson set, he's just a nice, he can calm people because he's got the dual purpose of therapy dog just by virtue of being cute and friendly.
I never thought about that. Yeah. If he's on scene and sort of the victims or the people that have been put out of their home and they're thinking about going back and see if they can salvage anything. And there's Kyoto. Yeah, he is a cute little dog. How old is he?
So
He's not
cute.
that old. He's been doing this for what, like 18 months?
Yeah, he's only 3. So he's got about another, they have to retire it. They've got mandatory retirement age at 9.
Okay.
So he's got at least 6 more years in him.
So Kyoto's been out on what, 21 calls last year, 9 so far this year, and he solved some big cases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so 2 so far. I mean, if that's, if you're sniffing, and it says presumably if there were accelerants on those other fires, he would have found those too. He's got 100% ranking. But he just went on another fire on Saturday, the weekend.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. Like, we'll never know probably his overall success rate because when he doesn't find anything, that may be success. There may have been not an accelerant. It may have been natural cause. Yeah.
Just a real essential tool. And I mean, Eric is, he does this, he's not paid to do those Sunday night feedings at -30. That's super huge commitment on his part also.
Yeah, and he was chosen when they try to pair the dog with your human trainer, like that they felt it was a good fit. Whoever makes that call, he was chosen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was described to me, and I would say just the little time I spent with him is accurate, as very laid back, mellow, calm, and extremely meticulous.
Yeah, that sounds...
And all these fire investigators are meticulous. My next ask was, hey, can I come on scene and watch you do an investigation? I haven't been approved.
Oh, I was like, and what happened with that one? Most of Jen's questions, like, no.
Yeah, I get denied a lot.
Oh, that's too bad. Okay, so Chance Engelbert, and last we know, a lot of indication that this is Chance Engelbert, but we're going to be waiting on laboratory work. This could be a while.
Could be a while. We just don't know because there's so many variables, right? It depends on how backed up the lab is, because this is in Omaha. And because the stuff takes, in Wyoming, it took 9 weeks to get a DNA confirmation. So we'll just have to see. And unfortunately, nobody's talking. The only person who actually even remotely called me back was from the coroner's office. And that very nice person called to say, hey, I can't help you. This is, you need to call the county attorney, who I did call, and he didn't return my call.
This brings up a point that I think we've talked about before, but it bears repeating, Jen. We're talking to Jen Coker, Cowboy State Daily, her story about Chance Engelbert and maybe we have found a missing man, missing for what, like 6 years now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When there's multiple jurisdiction, when someone goes missing from this town, in this county, in this state, and is possibly found in this town, county, and the other state, that creates some confusion, I would think. Who takes the lead role in closing that case? Who do you even call, Nebraska or Wyoming? And then who is responsible now? I guess remains found in Nebraska. It would be on Nebraska to go have those tested, right? But it's tricky.
Yeah, he was never listed missing in Wyoming and still isn't. Because even though he's living at the time, he went missing in Gary. So that was a pretty obvious.
Okay.
Yeah. So if he would have been spotted in Wyoming, that would have changed the calculus. But I did hear back from Gary police yesterday, Captain Rogers, and he told me, he referred me to the county attorney, Scottsbluff County attorney. And he is now, and I said, for everything, And he said for now, because the county attorney took over jurisdiction of the remains. So that's how this works.
That's nice for you, and it's nice for the family to have one person to call, one person to contact, one person that is going to give you updates. Yeah, instead of wondering and bothering a whole bunch of people. Like, have you
exactly.
Yeah.
And the key word there is if he would give updates. He hasn't yet. And I spoke to the family also, and I'm like, do you guys know anything? And they said, no, we haven't heard anything since that initial call from Garing PD 2 weeks ago. So when you leave people in the dark, I write stories speculating.
Yeah, and you know what happens. Well, didn't we find something at the scene with the remains that can be linked to Engelbert? Like, we're sort of sure, or no?
Yeah, we do. There are items, and I don't have Claire, I can't say what they are publicly, but there are items that his family identified as definitely belonging to him.
Okay.
However, that is far from 100% confirmation because, presumably somebody could have taken those items. So you cannot 100% confirm without DNA, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, right. Something even more mysterious could have happened to have those items be near remains. I mean,
somebody could have robbed them.
Yeah.
So yeah. And I don't know the state. I know very little about the crime. I'm calling it a crime scene. It's treated as a crime scene until it isn't. But I don't know anything about how the remains were located, what was located with. I know very little. The police are very tight-lipped.
Right. And we did learn just by location, it was in an odd place where you wouldn't go if you were trying to get somewhere. Like, this is where you would go if you were trying to get away from this. Like, it was weird.
It was so weird. And I just am not spatially talented or directionally. I'm very challenged. So I can't get a sense of what that place looks like. So the only way to know is to go. So that's what I'm going to do.
Oh, yeah. I got a trip planned for Garing, Nebraska.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not too
see
far.
It for yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. You're in, Gillette, Torrington. Yeah. You're not, it's just
4 hours.
Yeah. Day drive, a little day trip. Okay. So you got that on the agenda. Anything else? What are you doing?
I'm working on a cold case from 1976.
Ooh.
Yeah. And this one is not even, the police report was lost on this one. So it's not even entered in NCIC, which is the National Police Database. So I'm starting from scratch, with the help of the family, the Johnson County Sheriff, who has been awesome, search and rescue. It's a case where a woman went missing on hiking camping.
Are you at all?
There are theories.
Oh, yeah. Not no speculating. There are just theories. Are you at all interested in that latest news that this woman said Dale Wayne Eaton stayed on her place, and maybe if we shake down that his vehicle's a little harder, search a little harder there, we could uncover things, and maybe if there's a cadaver dogs over in Cody that needs some training, we can get them and search that place again.
Yeah, 100%. Renee got a scoop on that one. I complimented her.
Yeah.
I thought that was great. And I've never covered Amy Rowe Bechtel. It's one of those when it's so overcovered, so many people, I don't know one person who hasn't done it.
Yeah.
So I just, I'm like, where can I be more useful? And it's on some of these other ones that have no attention. But I thought that was a tremendous tip. I was very excited about it. And it sounds like law enforcement is going to follow through and do some.
Yeah, it's worth it because I don't know. It just seems like there's a whole bunch of things headed in that direction, but you just can't link them. There's Dale Wayne Eaton's brother who says, yeah, he was camping in that area. If you could just find one more thing, perhaps a gas station receipt where Dale Wayne filled up his vehicle that morning. Oh my goodness, that would be the holy grail, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, but he looks like a pretty good contender from where I stand.
He's already in prison on, he does. But I'll be interested to see how that shakes out. That is one of the more high-profile missing person cases in all the country. But
absolutely.
Jen
and
is
for good reason. I mean, it's so tragic and just very interesting.
Yeah, when people vanish, it's the vanishing thing. And when things are out of character, like she's not someone who would vanish. She left stuff in her car to go on a jog that she wouldn't usually leave. And no matter how hard they tried, the obvious suspects, like the husband, nothing there. Yeah, really weird.
Yeah.
Okay, Jen. Well, when's your trip to Nebraska?
Probably within a week or two.
Okay.
Not this weekend. Maybe next weekend.
All right.
I got to catch up a little bit on stuff.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Before I go gallivanting.
All right. And if you do, when you come on your way back in and you see one of those welcome to Wyoming signs, make sure you pull out whatever firearm you have, put a few holes in it.
Yeah, I
don't really
those
like
old
them.
ones.
Me
Like
too.
Andrew's story. Those are cool.
Yeah, the old, or just the simple green Wyoming. Like,
I love it.
thank you. Have a great day.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Jen Coker on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Yeah, we're not a big fan of the new fancy signs. Jen and I like just the simplicity of, hey, you're in Wyoming, Bankhead. I don't know why I said that. Let's take a break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course. Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Stories we're going to get to today. Who is Timothy Mellon? He's the Wyoming billionaire you never heard of. Of course, you probably recognize the last name, Mellon, Carnegie Mellon. Yeah, he's got a little bit of money, and just recently dropped $130 million towards the troops. The troops. I don't know who the troops are. I guess the military in general. Department of Defense. Mellon just fired off a check for $130 million for U.S. troops to get them through this shutdown period. That was generous. I know there's a lot of haters going to say all kinds of things like, oh, he's doing it for ulterior motive. You know, he's got, there's strings attached to the gift and whatever. You'll question the generosity, how genuine is his generosity. But hey, it's $130 million to the troops. I mean, that's, let's see you do that. What are you kicking in to help folks get through the shutdown? The reclusive Saratoga billionaire Timothy Mellon was identified by the New York Times. Mellon didn't write his name in big letters and make it flashy and make an announcement. He didn't call for a presser. He just did it quietly. He wants to be on the down low. But New York Times found out who it was, Timothy Mellon. He's the 83-year-old grandson of former U.S. Secretary of the Treasury Andrew Mellon and heir to the Mellon banking fortune. He's contributed. He's shared his money before. I think he kicked in about $50 million for President Trump's campaign last time around back in May 2024. At that time, that was the largest single contribution to President Trump's campaign back in May of 24, $50 million. Additionally, since the start of 2022, Mellon has reportedly poured in more than $125 million to make America great again. The Trump-affiliated Super Political Action Committee, the PAC, and he's kicked in $25 million towards American values. Robert F. K. Jr.'s Super PAC. So, yeah, he's throwing money around towards political inclinations, but $130 million to the troops works out to be about $100 a troop or something like that. What did somebody do the math? I mean, that'll buy you it'll buy you almost 2 Hornets, those jets that the Navy keeps losing off the aircraft carriers. And they just lost another one. Not off the same carrier. They lost one off the USS Nimitz. They lost a helicopter and a Hornet. I think the Hornet was a failed landing. Everybody was okay in the incident, but it's not like there was that other aircraft carrier that they just called back home. It was somewhere over there fighting Houthi rebels. And it had two or three Hornets fall off it. Like just roll off the aircraft. That's $74 million a pop. Like, whoops, into the ocean. So the $130 million from Timothy Mellon will replace 2 Hornets almost, or work out to, where did I swear the math was in here. Scott Schwebke wrote the story. I want to say it works out to $100 a troop, but whatever. 130, for the United States of America military, all branches, doesn't go real far. You're not going to stretch. This is an agent. This is, they measure money in billions when you're talking about how much money to the military. But still, 130 million. That's pretty good. Scott Schwebke has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Who is Timothy Mellon, the Wyoming billionaire you never heard of? We're also going to look at UW border war game. We didn't talk about that much yesterday. What a huge win over CSU. Beat the sheep. We sure did. Sheared them 28-0 with Javon Bonite calling the plays for the offense. Should have done that a long time ago. There's not a lot of things Bonite did that were really crazy or different. Some things. He wasn't afraid to run a little wildcat with a different quarterback. He had that other kid run like 4 or 5 plays. Tomorrow we're going to talk to Jared Petrino, and he'll know more about the game. But yeah, Cowboys win in the all black cold jerseys. Since we're 1-0 in those, I think maybe they need to make a comeback one of these days. But the 117th edition and final edition of the Border War, which sold out, obviously. I was saying last week it was down in Colorado in the Front Range. It was at home. I don't know how I was so misinformed. Some of our regular listeners probably say, well, that's par for the course, Jake. I don't know how I was so ill-informed. I thought that was an away game. But even better, it was home, and I didn't realize that until 2 things. I heard President Trump do his video, which played up on the big board at the war. And I heard Trump say, first, I was surprised that they would play the video. Barrasso encouraged President Trump to come to the game. And I thought, that's odd. Why would he invite Trump to a game that's going on in Colorado, even though it is Wyoming playing him and the border war? And then Trump couldn't go because he was in Asia, but he did record a 45-second little bit where he encouraged both teams. He didn't play favorites, but it sure sounded like he was a Cowboy fan. Praising, Wyoming's coal. Let me play that for you. And Trump, they put him up on the big board. Barrasso said, you should come to the game. And Trump said, I can't. I got this thing in Asia I got to do. But I'll record something. And I think he's in the Oval Office. It looks like it. Looks very presidential. And Trump records the deal on and plays the YouTube video. And it's on. They played it on the big board before the game or at halftime or sometime. Barrasso assured President Trump, he said, you will receive a hero's welcome. Last year's election shows no state supports you more than Wyoming. How can you not come to the game, President? Trump's like, oh, should have told me earlier. Barrasso wrote Trump that letter on October 3rd. He's like, I got this Asia thing. But he did record this. And this is what it looked like and sounded like at the game.
Hello, everybody. You're great people, unbelievable people, and you love clean, beautiful coal. And so do I. It's great to be with you, even though I'd love to be there in person and watch the great game, because it's going to be a great game between the Cowboys and the Rams. And if you take a look at the wonderful things that you've done, the great success that you've had, all the unbelievable people that are with you and watching. I'm going to be watching too if I can sneak a peek, but it's going to be an amazing game, and War Memorial Stadium is terrific, and I'll get there one day, that I promise. But I really want to see you have a fantastic game. May the best team win. Go Cowboys, go Rams, and have a lot of fun.
Well, everything good except for the go Rams part. But yeah, he's got it right. How many times did he say great and wonderful? The great state of Wyoming. Wonderful clean coal. It's going to be a great game. It was a great game. If you're a Cowboy, if you're rocking CSU sheep green, it wasn't too great. Cowboys whooping up on Colorado. Really happy for our players, said UW head coach Jay Salvo. Really happy for everybody associated with the program. It was a new offensive coordinator calling the plays, and look, 28 points, 4 touchdowns. Caden Anderson was pretty sharp. Quarterback, 16 of 24, 154 yards. Couple of TDs. And the defense I think they intercepted that Ram quarterback like 3 times. Good game. Yeah, Brusso, the Rams quarterback, 3 interceptions. Oops. Yeah, he did not have a great game, but that was because of the Wyoming defense. 21-0 at the half. And then Wyoming really tried hard to keep Colorado out of the end zone, to keep them from scoring any points. And they did, 28-0. Blanking of the Rams. Big game, and it included President Trump and a little well-wishing from the Oval Office. That's pretty cool. Read the story from Jackson Walker to hear more. 29,000 fans of the game were surprised by the message, Barrasso said. Senator Barrasso was there. He said the crowd went wild when they put that up on the board. Lots of applause, lots of cheers. And when he actually said War Memorial Stadium, the big roar again. It was really, really well received by everyone that was there, said Senator Barrasso. I do have a cool special video somebody took of the Cowboys entering the field, their entrance, of course, led by the horse, the flag. I mean, it is so, and the marching band, Western Thunder's there. It is hair raising. I mean, goosebumps, man. What did I do with that? I got that. I think I saved it and hope I saved it. A little bit of video. For those of you on radio, you'll just have to imagine you'll hear the audio, which is also kind of cool. This is what it looked like, the scene at War Memorial when the Cowboys were ready to take the field. Oh, yeah, they got the paint horse, the flag of Steamboat, more flags spelling out Wyoming, and then all the players in black. It's just so weird. It's so different to see them in black. Oh, man. If I'm a Colorado Ram, I'm scared when I see that. Whoa. Oh, yeah. I'm frightened, and you should be. And they were 28-0 Wyoming. We got to do a weather forecast. We'll do that right after this quick break, okay? Come back, tell you what the weather's going to be. A little chilly across the state, but we're on the rebound here, heading towards the end of the week.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Mike is listening in from Illinois. How's things in Illinois? One of those states that's got more vowels than consonants, right? Or maybe not. Oh no, it's not. Iowa is one of those. Illinois, one of the I states, I guess. Iowa, Illinois, Indiana. And of course, you got Chicago. Second city. Updated weather forecast. Cool across the state. I would say cool. Not yet cold, but we're getting there. Overnight lows tonight got to be cold. Teens and 20s tonight. Sunny, breezy in Casper, 42. The Highlander, sunny, 43. Evanston, sunny, 43. Rock Springs, about 40 under sunshine. Patchy fog to start the day in Pinedale. Sunny afternoon with highs 36. Fog in Afton this morning, sunny, 38 by the afternoon. DuBois, sunny, breezy, 37 the high. Jackson, patchy fog in the morning, otherwise sunny afternoon, 40. And it did a little bit of snowing in Jackson yesterday. There were periods where it was just sort of a whiteout. Cars crashing everywhere. Cars crashing up in Yellowstone. We'll talk about that. They closed the roads, opened the roads, closed the roads. People, I just come through Yellowstone on Saturday, and they closed the road behind me, and I could see why. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Andrew Rossi has a story about driving in Yellowstone this time of year. It's not for the faint of heart. Thermopolis, 42, sunny. Cody, 42, sunny. Sunny, breezy in Buffalo with highs in the upper 30s, 46 in Sheridan. Sunshine, sunny and breezy in Newcastle with highs 42. Gillette, sunny, 42. Torrington, almost 50. Sunny and breezy. Wheatland, 45 and sunny. Cheyenne in the state capital, sunny, breezy with highs 41. 35 the high in Laramie, sunny and breezy. Sunny, 37 in Rawlins. That's what it looks like across the state. Slowly getting a bit warmer. Just in time to have the clocks go back, Halloween, all that business. That's this weekend, right? I mean, Halloween Friday. We got some Halloween-y stuff for you on the show for Friday. Scary stories, Halloween stories, haunting, Mac Watson and I will talk about costumes, stuff that the kids want to wear, whatever is trendy this year. I mean, I bet I just DJ'd a Halloween party not long ago, and I saw at least one or three Wednesdays, kids dressing as Jenna Ortega as Wednesday. Saw a bunch of those. What is the it costume of the year? There's always one. And there's a pop-up Halloween store in Jackson. There's two actually that competed every year. One of them this year decided they weren't going to get in. They weren't going to make it. So we're down to one. I should call them and see what's the most popular Halloween costume. But when we have Mac on Friday, he'll talk about how some kids don't want to wear the homemade stuff. And I feel them. Yeah. Also in the news today is a couple of families that do Halloween like, whoa, next level Halloween decorations. One of them gives out 750 full-size candy bars last year. We'll meet two families they love Halloween. That's a Cowboy State Daily story that we're going to get to. Also, let's look at sports again in this early hour. World Series last night, record-setting in length. It might still be going on if not for Freddie Freeman. That World Series game last night tied a record for the longest World Series game, went 18 innings. See what happens when you don't put a ghost runner on second base to start extra innings? In the World Series and in playoffs, you play until somebody breaks the tie. And that somebody was the Dodgers. They take a 2-1 lead in the series and a heartbreaker for Toronto. The game decided by a Freddie Freeman walk-off home run. That's one guy who always rises to the spotlight. Him and Ohtani, I wouldn't throw them a pitch, man. I would not throw them a strike. That's for sure. 18 innings, 19 total pitchers, 609 pitches. How long did it last? That's what I want to know. When it comes to baseball, just the regular 9-inning game is long enough, although they have shortened the games with the pitch clock. It's more reasonable, but how long was the game? I mean, that should be right up there up front. 18-inning game, that's like 2 games. That's double. I don't know when it ended, but it was late. And for those East Coasters, for folks back east in Toronto to stay up late and watch that whole game, they're going to be dragging butt into work today. If Canadians even work. I mean, I don't know. Toronto, are they toiling a lot up there in the Great White Way? Yeah, I can't find anywhere where it says how long the game was. 18 inning. Oh, here we go. 6 hours, 39 minutes. Oh, that's like 3 movies. Back to back to back. 6 hours, 39 minutes. That's exhausting. LA takes a 2-1 lead. Marathon game ties a record for the longest World Series game. Here's scores we didn't get to you yesterday in high school football. Final game of the regular season. Sheridan continues to win. They beat Laramie 38-14. That's 52 straight wins for the Sheridan Broncs. One of the longest winning streaks in all of high school football, and I believe sets a record for this state. Longest current win streak going on right now, certainly. Number 3, Campbell County beat Cheyenne East, ranked 2, 45-19. Camels win gets them the 2nd seed. East will have to settle for 3rd going into the playoffs. 5th-ranked Natrona County, 21. 4th-ranked Cheyenne Central, 12. Kelly Walsh took care of Rock Springs in a low-scoring defensive battle, 15-13 the final there. And 3A, last Friday, number 2 Cody beats number 5 Jackson 48-28. That game played at Spike Van Hoy Field up there in Cody. I was there to call that game for Jackson. Oh, Jackson Bronx. It was the Battle of the Bronx. Cody and Jackson both named Bronx. It was close for the whole first half pretty much until a 102-yard pick six by Cash McFadden of Cody, and ouch. Cody will be the number 2 seed, head to the playoffs. Jackson has to settle for 3. Star Valley top ranked, also on a bit of a win streak themselves. The Braves have won 30 in a row. Second straight season they've gone undefeated. 47-7 over Green River. Number 3 Riverton punishes Rawlins 70-0. Lander beats Buffalo 42-3. Tigers will slide into that third spot. Second seed. Lander's going to be second seeded. Douglas 49, Torrington 37 in a wild one, and Evanston blank Powell 28-0. Those are the 4A, 3A scores from last Friday, and here's how Playoff Friday sets up this weekend. First round of the playoffs headed to state in the 3A. Star Valley will face off against Buffalo. That game in Afton, Wyoming. 3 o'clock kick for that on Friday. All other games are 6 o'clock starts in the 3A. Lander will host Jackson. Cody plays home against Douglas, and Riverton's home facing Green River. All those 6 o'clock kicks on Friday. In the 4A, Sheridan hosts Kelly Walsh. 6 o'clock start. Cheyenne Central visits Natrona County. Cheyenne East is home to Thunder Basin, and Campbell County and Laramie hook up. All those 6 o'clock starts this Friday, round 1 of the high school football playoffs. Pretty exciting times for these kids. We'll talk to Kevin Meyer later today. He's got a kid in the program for the Douglas Bearcats, and he's going to have his work cut out for them. Douglas facing, who did I say they were playing? Douglas at Cody. Oh, yeah, that's going to be tough. Cody looks pretty darn good. Other stories we're going to follow up on before the morning is over. I want to talk about Renee Jean's story, the big boy 4014, the big boy train. Union Pacific hopes to have that train run. They had a limited schedule last year. The train actually has been running. And, you know, in a nostalgic way, it's not like the big boy is going back to work. But the hopes are for Union Pacific to be able to run Big Boy coast to coast next year for America's 250th anniversary. That'd be really neat. Union Pacific CEO Jim Venna said he wants the world's heaviest operational steam locomotive, Big Boy 4014, to make its first coast-to-coast tour next year for America's 250th anniversary. Big Boy has never been to the East Coast since rolling off the assembly line in 1941. Wouldn't that be neat to see that big steam engine make a coast-to-coast run next year? That'd be very cool. I want to talk about Jackson Walker's story. The Cheyenne City Council voted to ask for nearly $500,000 to offset the impacts of a new wind and solar project proposed for Chugwater, which to me sounds like subsidizing wind and solar in a way, indirectly. And we'll tell you what's going on there. Basically, this huge project in Chugwater is expected to cause a real strain on the housing And they think that people in Cheyenne are going to be housing crunched. That's 45-minute drive away, which is not that far to commute, honestly. Yeah, we'll talk about that story as well a little bit later. Right now, we got to pause for the cause. Top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. And we'll see you on the other side of news. Thanks for making us a part of your Tuesday. We are the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The town of Glen Rock and its mayor, Bruce Rummel, have been named in a convoluted Virginia-based bank's $350 million lawsuit accusing them of leaking trade secrets. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker unwinds what this suit is all about.
The lawsuit stems from a private investigation which examined the activities of Colorado-based Flatirons Bank. Both banks are involved in establishing accounts that distribute payments from lawsuit settlements, which are known as Qualified Settlement Funds, or QSFs. This lawsuit essentially alleges that the Virginia-based Eastern Point Trust Company Bank had its intellectual property stolen, which is then beginning to do business with cities throughout Wyoming, including Glen Rock.
The city attorney for Glen Rock, Amy Iberlin, says the lawsuit amounts to spontaneous, ill-founded bullying by an out-of-state company. A group of shops and people who sell marijuana-like substances that were legal in Wyoming until July 2024 failed to show that the state's new ban on those substances violates their rights. So ruled the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the judge said the plaintiffs just didn't prove their case.
Some Hot Springs County Republicans who were vying for state delegation and leadership positions basically accused the state party of doing kind of a backroom arbitration to oust them after they'd already been elected to those positions. And so they filed suit. They filed a legal challenge saying the state party broke the law here and they flouted state law. And a judge on Monday was like, yeah, it's likely that they did that. No one in the suit is disputing that they did that. They claim they have a constitutional defense. The judge said, yeah, well, that constitutional right that you're claiming to associate with whom you wish and to dictate the terms of your own membership, really because you have some control over state political processes, it has to be weighed against the people's right to have fair and orderly elections.
In 2024, Wyoming banned the distribution of marijuana-like substances that included more than 0.3% of Delta-9 THC and or concoctions of Delta-8 THC. I'll be back with more news from Cowboy State Daily right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Each day in the month of October, Cowboy State Daily publishes a spooky tale that has Wyoming ties. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy tells the tale of the Irma Hotel in Cody, where some of the guests who didn't check out are more popular than the ones who do.
Robin Cutter, the Park County archivist, has actually uncovered some of these stories behind the guests. By going back in old newspapers, she found out that room 35, where all this paranormal stuff is happening, was actually the same room where in 1912, a U.S. cavalry soldier, Frank Cunningham, shot up the room after he had some hallucinations. And then there's the guests that we still don't know who they are, but they're definitely present. The rocking chair that moves by itself, the smell of perfume in the room. These guests are still there. And a final story that we were able to collect was that a former employee from the 1990s said that a gentleman in a fedora would be sitting in the booth and they would go to take care of him and he would be gone. The older waitresses finally told them it was a ghost.
William F. Buffalo Bill Cody celebrated the opening of his Irma Hotel with a huge party in 1902. The now iconic hotel, named after his youngest daughter, has gone on to host more than 120 years of princes, Indian chiefs, cowboys, and yes, even ghosts. In what could be the first step toward building a new coal-fired power plant in Gillette, Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon announced Monday that Basin Electric Power Cooperative will receive $4 million in state matching money through the Wyoming Energy Authority to study building a second unit at the Dry Fork Station power plant. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that coal advocates are saying this is a pivotal moment for American energy.
This is pretty big news because the last time anyone fired up a new coal-fired plant, it was in 2013 down in Texas.
This coal-fired plant will be the second additional one in Gillette. The first one opened in 2011. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My mom and dad were traditional Asian parents. Now, my father would go to work before I woke up in the morning, and then he would come home too tired to play with me. I tell my son, I love you every single day. I love you. Now, my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. So I teased him the other day and I said, how come you never say that to me? And he said, you're too old now. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the material things, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious minute or moment.
Say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Taking a look at what stories from Cowboy State Daily on this Tuesday are really hitting with our readers. President Trump's welcome to UW fans last Saturday during the border war. He was up on the big board at War Memorial Stadium. 1,300 impressions, 300 comments, 57 shares. Some anti-Trumpers saying, well, he's just trying to look good. Maybe. That's part of the game, man. When you're president, you don't try to look bad. If they ask you to appear on the board at the Alabama game, you might do it. I mean, Trump likes Wyoming, and he's on the board. I like it. And I like better the result, 28-0. So anytime we wear the All Blacks and we get the president to pop in with a pre-recorded appearance, we're undefeated. Let's keep that up. I like that a lot. Other stories in the Cowboy State Daily that are hitting particularly hard with readership. Good morning, Rob from California. Yep. Hi, Rob. Wyoming GOP probably broke the law with unusual arbitration, judge says. I tried to get into this story. I tried to even understand it, and I can't. So we probably won't talk about that much. It involves two things that don't interest me, politics and law. Oh my goodness. The collision, the intersection of politics and law. The Venn diagram. You got politics circle, law circle, and they intersect in that little area. And that little area is just not my jam. Politics and law. An Evanston-based judge Monday declined to dismiss a legal challenge by Thermopolis Republicans accusing the Wyoming GOP of waging backroom power plays to cheat people of fair representation. You remember this has been ongoing at Thermopolis just cannot get its act together. Jackie Dorothy will be on a little later this hour. She's from Thermopolis, and I will encourage her to go speak to the people she has to speak to and tell her town, get it together. Thermopolis is where the Star Plunge Hot Springs was not open all summer because they can't get it together. They have the teepee resort. Can't get it together. That thing's embroiled in a lawsuit. The county commissioners, Hot Springs County commissioners, are under fire for the whole teepee thing. Get it together. And now Thermopolis Republicans can't play nice with state Republicans, even within their own party. Anything to do with Thermopolis is just prickly these days. Can't we all get along, Thermopolis? Can play nice in the sandbox of Wyoming. Golly. And there was one more story about Thermopolis being salty. What was it? It was a lot of them. I had to weed through a whole bunch of stories to find the one I'm looking for. Thermopolis just not playing nice lately. Yeah, it was something to do with might have been their town council, the Hot Springs County Commissioners. Thermopolis residents want Governor Gordon to remove 2 Hot Springs County commissioners. That's to do with that whole teepee retreat thing where the Thermopolis people are petitioning the governor. You got to come over here and kick these 2 guys off the commission. Again, that's just typical Thermopolis. Figure it out, Thermopolis. Get it together, get along, etc. When Jackie comes on, I'll see if she can't hold some sway over her town and encourage everybody to just, this story is got some people's attention. I think it'll get even more traction as the day goes on. Cheyenne's asking for nearly $500,000 to offset Chugwater wind and solar impacts. I think that's a huge story. We're going to talk about that pretty soon. Jackson Walker wrote that. Terry says no taxpayer money. That's what I say too. Wind and solar have to stand on its own. Now, this is not money that's going to go to the wind and solar project directly, but indirectly, it's a subsidy because the big wind solar project for Chugwater, which the last time you looked for that on a map might take you a few minutes, unless you know it's about 45-minute drive north of Cheyenne. Let's just go ahead and talk about it now. I can't help myself. Members of the Cheyenne City Council Monday approved a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. Cheyenne wants to ask for, they seek state money for expected costs associated with the construction of a new energy development in Chugwater. The Chugwater Energy Project. That's backed by Florida-based Next Era Energy. When it's finally constructed, it'll create an estimated 600 megawatts of energy through the use of wind turbines and solar panels in and around Chugwater. But here's the problem with these huge developments, and it probably goes back to the reason we even need them. Again, Wyoming produces more energy than it can use. We know that, like 13-fold, whatever the number is, I can't remember. Wyoming makes more energy than it can ever consume. Wyoming can burn coal. We can dig up uranium and go put that in a nuke plant. We got oil, we got gas, and we got wind and solar, the renewables. I mean, with all that in the portfolio, we can make a ton of energy that we'll never use, no matter how many of us just leave the TV on all night. So that makes these data centers attractive because these people behind the data centers have to put them somewhere, and they're trying to find a place that's coolish to keep these things cooled down. You can't put them in Florida. So Wyoming looks good for the data centers. Wyoming's also filled with like hardly anybody. So you can put a data center here, there, everywhere, and we wouldn't even notice. But they eat a lot of electricity. So therefore, we need more electricity. So we need these big chug water energy projects. All this leads to we need more housing. Because once you start one thing, once you start one domino tipping, and the first domino is we need data centers. We want data centers. Wyoming wants to be the home of data centers. It could mean good money for the state through tariffs or taxes. I don't think they pay taxes. They pay something associated with their presence. They create jobs, but I still speculate. I still wonder how many jobs. How many jobs do you need at a data center? It's just a warehouse full of computers. You need like a night janitor and then someone, a day guy, to guard the computers and make sure they're still working. And maybe a couple of IT eggheads. You need like 5 people to run a data center, in my estimation. That's not official. And then these power plants. Now we got to feed the data center with an enormous amount of electricity or else our bill is going to go up. It already went up in Teton County. I just read that story in the, I think it was in the Jackson Hole News and Guide. Price of energy just went up because of data centers. What did I do with that story? Well, I'll find it. It's somewhere. Yeah, so getting back to this story by Jackson Walker. Despite being about 40 minutes from Chugwater by car, Cheyenne predicts it will see a negative financial impact of this Chugwater energy project, particularly housing, but other things associated with what this project will bring. If you bring a huge wind solar project to tiny little Chugwater, for one thing, there's not enough housing for what they're estimating to be about 450 jobs when this thing is fully built out. That would double the population in Chugwater right there. So probably most people will choose to live in Cheyenne and commute. And that's going to put a strain on Cheyenne police, first responders, Cheyenne hospital, Cheyenne infrastructure, Cheyenne housing. An estimate, 464,827. Boy, they get right down to the dollar, don't they? So Cheyenne figures this project up north in Chugwater is going to hit them. It's going to be about $500,000 they need. And this, to me, this MOU, which was approved with only one nay vote, this, to me, is subsidizing wind and solar indirectly. You're saying this wind solar project is going to hire so many people and require so many people to come to Wyoming, which we all want to say is a good thing. Oh, this is great. All these people are going to come to Wyoming. And they'll spend money and they'll make money and the economy, yay. Where are we going to house them? The only nay vote was Moody. He traveled to Chugwater, after which he posted pictures of himself surveying the project site. He said, I question how Cheyenne would be impacted, especially related to the housing aspect. I don't see this project impacting the city of Cheyenne. I do. You don't think people are going to choose to live in Cheyenne and then go work up there at the wind solar plant? Sure they are. They're not going to live in Chugwater. They're going to live in Cheyenne where there's something going on. 40-minute drive is nothing. People make that commute all the time. That's nothing. They will definitely impact Cheyenne. They'll choose to live in Cheyenne. Moody says this is an impact for Southern Platte County. I don't know about that, but Moody also doesn't support the project at all. He said, I do not support this project after learning the impacts, seeing firsthand where it would be located. It's impacting residents, ranchers, farmers, pronghorn migration, Area 59 for hunters. He said this project needs to be stopped before it even gets going. There's severe impacts here that would be hard to reverse. Now you're talking, Moody. Yeah. Just, it's too late to deny the project, I would assume. I think it's already off and running, but it's going to come with associated costs, including a housing crunch on Cheyenne, which is already seeing a housing crunch, just like everybody else. Yeah, back to that story and by Jackson Walker. We'll get to that in a moment. Meanwhile, let's hit the Zoom room and get a little day weather forecasting. Don Day is here. Don, it's a little chilly this morning, and it's going to be cold tonight. This is going to be it for the outdoor flower pots or whatever you got going, tomatoes.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to keep those going for a little bit longer. You know, just call it good. Say it was a good year.
Yeah.
I enjoyed my flowers.
Whenever you have to do the clocks back, fall forward. What do we do? Yeah, we fall backward.
Spring forward, fall back.
Right. Yeah, I hate that because then it gets so dark. Yeah, whenever you do that, you're not growing anything outdoors anymore. That's it. Halloween, that's a good indication that's it. Halloween scares off all plants. We know. Let's switch our attention to that hurricane. It is I saw satellite imagery of it. It's really perfectly formed. What does that tell us? That means it's strong or not necessarily? It is perfectly round.
Oh yeah. No, it is. It's textbook. And our new satellites that we have show so much detail now. And in fact, right before we got on here, I was actually looking at a satellite image of Melissa. One reason why it's because it's mainly been over open water, and there's been nothing to perturb the circulation. So it's been able to get itself well formed. Now that it's going to start to make its move. In fact, satellite imagery really does show it starting to make a move now in terms of going a little bit quicker. Once the hurricane starts to go over Jamaica, starts to hit land masses, you'll see it lose that perfect shape.
As it starts destroying Jamaica, it will wreck its nice
it's a bad. I just talked to someone not long ago who has a friend in Jamaica, and on vacation. Here's your Cowboy State Daily Jake Morning Show tip of the day. So those really good rates you get at hotels and resorts in the Caribbean that you get in August, September, and October, there's one reason. Hurricane season.
Yeah. There's one reason that 2-star resort you booked is all boarded up when you get there. And so it's going to be that way for like 3 months a year. I know. In Jamaica, I mean, it doesn't strike me as an island that's like earthquake building in the Bay Area. I don't think stuff is built to standard to withstand. I mean, they get hurricanes, but I don't.
Oh, yeah. In fact, I'm trying to remember if it was Hurricane Gilbert or another one. But Jamaica, it's been a while since they've been taking a direct hit. It has been a while. But Jamaica, compared to some of the other islands in that area, you compare Jamaica to Haiti, it's night and day in terms of infrastructure and probably better building codes and probably there's been plenty of warning on this. So hopefully they've done the best they can to prepare. But the latest reconnaissance has sustained winds now of 180 miles an hour.
Ooh. Hey, what kind of weather forecasting can you do in the tornado? Can we put anything in the eye? Because the eye of a hurricane is probably not like we could exist in there if you can get in there. But can you,
So that's what the reconnaissance. They have special airplanes that go in and recon and take measurements, and they can actually get above the hurricane and then come down and see the eye. There's some amazing photos online of the reconnaissance aircraft and pictures of the eye wall. It almost doesn't look real.
that sounds like something you would like to do, down with your whole balloon stuff. You like outer space. You would love to drop in the eye of that hurricane, wouldn't you?
Well, yes, and I would bring along, a bag or two in case it got a little turbulent, because it does get a little turbulent in there.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's no Sunday drive. You got to go, but you're from Wyoming. You're used to a little wind blowing.
At least a little wind. Yes.
Dang, that would be fun. Once, I think you do it once. Yeah. Okay, so is it too early to look for trick-or-treat weather? Probably not too bad. A little cold.
No, it's looking pretty good. It's going to be a little chilly, but we don't have a big storm brewing. We've had Halloweens where there's been a storm.
Yeah.
It's going to be coolest in the eastern side of the state, a little bit closer to a Canadian cool front. But I'm expecting nice weather for trick-or-treating. There shouldn't be much wind. It just... it's not, you don't worry about the kids because they're so jacked up on sugar.
Yeah.
And they're so excited. They got the adrenaline going. They don't feel the cold. It's the parents that feel the cold.
Right.
And the parents just need to dress in layers.
Yeah. And the parents don't want to drive and go get Johnny over at that party when he calls, and because the roads are too slick. Yeah. It should be pretty good for everybody. I like that. Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
Good weather forecast. Day weather forecast from Don Day. Hurricane Melissa, cooking up a perfect circle. And might be fun to do a reconnaissance flight into the eye of a hurricane. Sounds like something Don might like to do. I might not. I'll set that out, and I'll wait for the day weather forecast. Let's take a break on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Be right back after these.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Yeah!
let's take care of a little bit of this day in history. It's October 28th. And these are the things that happened this day. 1897, Congregational Church up there in Sheridan became the first church, one of the first churches in Wyoming to be heated with a furnace. This day, 1919, the Volstead Act goes into effect. Booze is officially banned. It's the beginning of Prohibition. The movement to ban alcohol had been around for a good 20 or so years, and it finally came to fruition on this day, the beginning of Prohibition, 1919. Wyoming had actually been dry since July 1st, going back in the summer, I guess, of its own volition. Wyoming saw the writing on the wall. Wyoming was just more virtuous, more pious. I don't know. Wyoming had been dry since July 11, had already had its own statewide prohibition in effect, showing the strength of the growing movement. Ironically, Wyoming would then go on to be one of the most non-compliant states with the enforcement of prohibition. You thought the South had it going with the whole bootleggers and the beginning of NASCAR, guys running booze down in the South. Wyoming just simply ignored prohibition for the most part, and nobody bothered to check. So we were all for it. The state voted for it locally and nationally. The state, every poll, every election showed Wyoming was behind prohibition, banning alcohol, yet we did otherwise. So I think the Cowboy state was thinking, you probably shouldn't be drinking. We on the other hand, it's a long winter here in Wyoming. We know how to handle our liquor, but the rest of the country, you probably shouldn't be, no. And that sounds about right. That sounds so Wyoming. This day in 1921, Eula Kendrick, she's the wife of Wyoming Senator John B. Kendrick, was photographed on the street in Washington, D.C. on this day. I was looking at the photographs. Pretty cool photos of Eula Kendrick, 1921. 1926 on this day, the Buffalo Bill Museum in Cody is formed. On this day in 1928, rancher N.K. Boswell of Albany County organized a vigilance committee to deal with what he said was an unruly element in Laramie. Apparently, several lynchings had occurred, not at the hands of rancher Boswell, but the Albany County town of Boswell, by the way, is named for him. Rancher N.K. Boswell organized a vigilance committee to deal with an unruly element in Laramie. 1933, this day, Wyoming Highway Patrol announces its cars would be painted black and white. Today, WHP cars are, I want to find a photo of this because here's what, I have never had anyone from Wyoming Highway Patrol confirm this to me, but it's obvious. It is so obvious, the design of the cars as to what they're trying to do. And again, I say this as being staunchly pro law enforcement. I'm with you, cops. But these cars are designed. Let me show you a typical photo of a highway patrol car. Okay. Here's one. And you'll have to, if you're on radio, you can just imagine what they look like. They're black with the gold, yellow, gold, we'll call it gold. And the gold streaks along the sides of the car, starting down by the front wheel and then moving to the back and moving up. And to me, that is an intentional design to mimic the glare, the reflection of the middle stripe in the highway, which is being done to hide the car, in my opinion, to make it look like it's just a regular black car. If you were to see the car from far away, it would look like a typical regular passenger car, black car. Because you would think if you saw the gold streak on the side, you would just think, well, that's just the double line of the highway reflecting off the car. And all that, so to me, the design is intentional to hide the fact that it's a cop car. Which, I guess you would do if you're running radar, if you want to catch guys doing something wrong, particularly speeding. But at what point do you design police cars? This is state troopers, so for the most part, they probably do want to appear covert. They probably do want to be camouflaged for the most part, because mostly what they're doing is catching you and I speeding or doing something else dumb on the road when we're driving. They also respond to a whole mess of other stuff, but that's when they're called. That's radio responsive to an incident. But on the road, driving around, it's 90% of the car's intent to be camouflaged, to let you not know it's a cop car, beginning with the head, the lights on the top of it. You notice they've reduced all those to go low profile. Why do you think that is? Less wind drag? No. That's to disguise the fact that it's a cop. They're trying to make it appear like a regular car. And that stripe on the side is intentional to make, because if you've ever seen a black car coming at you at night, particularly, it also appears like it has a yellow stripe on its side, because the middle of the highway, the double yellow line is reflecting off the car. It's all to hide the fact that it's a highway patrol car. So anyway, yeah, it's just my observation. On this day, 1933, Wyoming Highway Patrol announces its cars would be painted black and white. Its cars are now black and gold. This day, 1982, Ronald Reagan spoke at a rally for Senator Malcolm Wallop in Casper on this day. All these things happened this day in history, October 28th. Let's rodeo a little bit with Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today on the show, a barrel racer from Marsing, Idaho, Megan McLeod Sprague. She is a veteran, but just qualified for her first national finals rodeo, and she explains the career she's had and the thrill she has of running down that tunnel in Vegas for the very first time. Megan McLeod Sprague on the Roadshow, coming up next.
After a lifetime of farming, Daryl and Adrienne Hill are hanging up their hats and offering their entire line of equipment at auction. Join Almer Auction Monday, November 3rd at 12 noon in Ray, North Dakota, or bid online. You'll find a great lineup of equipment featuring Case IH, Burgo, John Deere, Brandt, and more. From tractors to trucks, drills to grain handling, this sale has it all. Don't miss your chance to own well-cared-for equipment from a respected operation. Full listing and online bidding at almerauction.com. Fall is here, and ranchers know that it's more than just changing leaves. It's production sales season. You've put in the hard work, and now's the time to make sure your genetics get the attention they deserve. The Western Ag Network now reaches farmers and ranchers across 11 western states on 128 radio stations, plus broadcast television and social media. When it comes to marketing your herd this fall, we've got you covered. Western Ag Network, connecting your purebred operation with the commercial cattlemen and women who matter the most.
You know, you've been to the Wilderness Circuit Finals, the Columbia River Circuit Finals, won a circuit title, and now to go to the Super Bowl. Just talk about that.
Yeah, it's been pretty incredible. I've had a long career in that I was one of the very last girls that was able to be grandfathered into the WPRA at 14. So I've been, I've essentially had my card for well over 25 years now, and been to, like you said, several Wilderness Circuit finals, and I guess it's been probably 12 or 15 years ago that I decided to go Columbia River Circuit, and so been to their circuit finals several times. And when I was younger, in my younger years, I had a pretty nice horse that I knocked on the door to the finals, and then kind of had life intervene. Got married and had my kids, and always rodeoed around. But there was several years there that I just kind of stuck to the circuit and some of the bigger rodeos. And I guess it's been in 2021. I got Jagger, and we were able to, my kids are old enough now, I was able to venture out a little bit more, and the rest is history.
Megan McLeod Sprague from Idaho goes to her first National Finals rodeo, ranked number 5 in the world. She has a chance at a world title. Our thanks to the Marsing, Idaho barrel racer for joining us on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, that horse Jagger that you just heard about is legit. That horse can run that cloverleaf pattern real fast, Jagger. So good luck to that Idaho cowgirl, the NFR. That'll be coming up pretty soon. Can't wait. To Thomas and Mac down there in Vegas. We going rodeo in December. We're going to go on a little break here and get Jackie Dorothy in next. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Tuesday. Working our way towards a Halloween finish of the week. I love when Halloween falls on a Friday. Some don't. Some being at least one young lady interviewed in a story by Renee Jean. Go big or go home at Halloween. Jean writes, go big at home seems to be the motto for some of Wyoming's Halloween super fans. We'll check in with Jessica Mora, also known as the Candy Corn Queen of Laramie, and Megan Daish. She and her husband started their own spectacular Halloween display about 5 or 6 years ago. Every year they add on to it, and this year, oh my, it doesn't even fit in the lawn. It's like big time. It's huge. It's like when Chevy Chase does the Christmas lights and he turns them on and the whole power surge. Like they got Halloween going on. Let's get this spooky young lady into the Zoom room. Jackie Dorothy is here on the Cowboy State Daily Show. And yeah, the first question we have to ask Jackie, of course, is, Jackie, what's going on at Thermopolis? Why can't you get along? Why is Thermopolis so prickly, so salty? I mean, the Star Plunge closed all tourist season. The teepee retreat has caused some people in Thermopolis to invite the governor to come over and get involved and kick some of the counselors off the Hot Springs Commission. It seemed like Thermopolis is always, and now you've got your own Thermopolis Republicans mad at the state Republicans, and a judge has to get involved in that. Can't Thermopolis just play nice in the sandbox?
Well, we have a lot of great things going on here, too.
All right.
I think, you know how people are. You like to gossip, and those kind of stories are the fun stories to tell.
I guess so. We'll also see some pretty good football coming up. Burns is headed to town.
We're on the playoffs.
Woo! Thermopolis, you beat Pinedale last week. Not by a lot, but hey, a win's a win. You're going to host the Burns Bronx against the Thermopolis Boilers. Can't wait. That's going to be a good game. The Boilers.
It's the Boilers.
Boilers are going to win that one. You should beat Burns, I think.
I'm hoping that we do. It's not what I expected to spend my Halloween doing, that's for sure. But
yeah,
they're going to make it fun. There's going to be costumes and haunted houses. So if you're not doing anything, Jake, you should come down for Halloween here in Thermopolis.
Oh my, that sounds so cool because it's like a double whammy. You get high school football Friday under the lights and spectacular football, scary football, especially if you're a Burns Bronx. It's going to be scary going to Thermop, and they got something waiting for you. I'm going to be in Lander doing a football game myself.
You're not going to be that far away.
Not too far. Yeah. I was just reading a little bit. I was catching up on some reading, Jackie, in the Kemmerer Camera, my favorite newspaper. Any idea what I'm reading?
I do.
What is it?
Let's see. The Kemmerer Camera. That, I remember the story, but also my mind went blank. Oh, that's funny.
It's the story about it's haunted stuff and ghosts.
Lucy.
Yes, the Haunted Lucy.
Yes, that was one of those stories that fascinated me. Is that here you have all these superstitious miners. They, if you're going to look at a lot that's even today very superstitious. The train's going by, but it is the miners. And here you have a gold rush that happened because of a ghost. I've never seen that before. And it caught my attention. And it was in the Kemmerer Camera.
Yeah, which I read, maybe the Kemmerer Camera, which is no longer in existence today, but maybe they they were a kind of newspaper that liked to run ghost kind of stories, because I'm reading another ghost story. Ghost fastens doors of house. This one from 1907, February. But the one you're talking about is a 1903 story in the camera about the haunted Lucy. It is pretty cool. People got to check that out. Haunted Wyoming, plenty of ore and plenty of angry spirits in the state's historic mines. What else? What other mines were ghosted?
Well, there was another one where this guy said it's an optical illusion, but there started to become this phenomenon, and it was happening only back west, back in our states, where these miners would start to walk in and they swore they saw the cage, which is the elevator to bring them down the shaft, but it wasn't there. And so you had all these miners just stepping into air and plummeting to their death. It was horrible. And the survivors would say, I saw it. I swear I saw the cage there.
Ooh, that is creepy.
It is very creepy. And the guy, the reporter, actually was a mine inspector at the time, and he had seen this not just once, but numerous times, to the point where he would talk to the miners and they would dread the day that they would see the optical illusion, the ghost cage is what they were calling it.
The ghost cage, the ghost elevator.
Ghost I know.
That is very weird. Almost as weird as Room 35 in the Irma. You might want to stay away from that one.
Oh, now this is one of those stories that's like, okay, I feel a little justified. I have been in there. I have felt stuff, and it was just, it's kind of, it doesn't have good vibes all the time. Sometimes it was like, no problem. But there's something about that room that it is interesting. Let's put it that way. And it turns out, thanks to Mrs. Cutter, she went through and she is the Park County archivist and actually discovered a story where in 1912, this U.S. cavalry soldier started having hallucinations and shot up the room.
Ooh. Yeah.
And it's room 35. And here's the really creepy part. So I'm at the Irma, knowing that I'm going to do a story about these other things I had discovered. And the one room I took a picture of was room 35.
Like not knowing? You didn't know about?
Not knowing her story or anything. And when I was going back through my pictures, I was like, oh my gosh, I have room 35.
Weird. It would be even weirder if you don't remember pointing your camera at room 35, but that's what, like all the shots for room 35. You're like, oh man.
They were down the hallway, close up, showing the door. I just decided to take a picture of that room.
Well,
and there it was, featured in the story.
Sure enough, that is the haunted one. If you've ever stayed at the Irma, it's the Paul Stock Room. And for years, it's been known to have weird things happen. Your luggage might get thrown around. Lights go on and off. The sink goes on and off by itself. All kinds of weird stuff. I read a story, an old story from 2017 in the Powell newspaper. They featured a story on the Irma. Everybody's done a story on the haunted Irma. But they said that cavalry guy, the guy who shot up the room because he thought he was hearing things or seeing things, they said he was later committed. Like he went full on crazy.
Frank Cunningham was his name, and Robin Cutter was telling me all about him.
Oh.
And she just, I love it because she's like, she's never had any experiences. But she listens to other people, and then and there's other buildings, she said, so we need to talk to her again. But there's other buildings downtown Cody that have had weird stuff happen in it, and she's found stories of murder and suicide, and it's just like, coincidence? That's for you to decide.
Yeah. Well, any of these old hotels, they've been around long enough that sooner or later, some weird things probably happen in the rooms. There's history. And then they're also old enough to have what I always notice, and I've been at the Irma, is the pipes make noise, like the hot water running through pipes, the pipes knocking. There are a lot of noises in these old buildings.
The old chain on the toilet. I mean, the original tiles. So I do want to let everyone know that if ghosts aren't your themes, you don't want to be surrounded by history and that, they do have the modern section.
Yeah.
And I haven't heard of anything happening over there. So you have both worlds. You got the historic part with the guests that have never left. And then you have the modern area where, you could just go and chill and not worry about anything.
Spooky. The spookiest thing about room 35 is the way it's at the end of the hall, right there at the end. Like, most hotels, the rooms are off to the side. There's never one at the end of the hall. This one's all the way at the end. It looks weird, the long hallway. And then they say no matter how hot it is, like you go a day in July, it's always cold in room 35. Ooh.
I just love the stories. And I love here's another strange story from the Irma.
Yeah.
So we have Melissa Watson, our very own Mac Watson's wife, and she was working there in the 1990s as a young college, just going to work as a waitress, as a hotel maid. But at the restaurant, she said there was this guy that would appear in a fedora at the certain booth, and the young women would rush over to take care of him because they thought he snuck in through the back door. You know how the Irma's set up where you can enter two ways? And if you enter into the back way, the hostess won't always see you. So they'd rush over to take care of him, and he'd be gone. And it was getting frustrating. And this kept happening all summer long until one of the older waitresses commented to him, "Oh, that's because he's a ghost. If that happens to you, just scurry out of there and pretend nothing happened."
Oh my. Yeah, I like stories like that come with that, short stories, that come with like the late punchline. Like the waitress will say, "Oh, that guy who always sits at table 7, he got his same order, scrambled eggs and bacon. I'm going to ring him up." And then one of the coworkers will say, "Don't bother. He's not really there. He's never been there." Like, oh man. That's scary.
The interesting thing is the apparition itself has apparently stopped appearing. So they no longer see this man in the fedora, but at that same booth, the glasses are still moving around. They'll set the table and the glasses will be pushed in the middle. They'll be flipped over. So I don't know.
All right.
Just another fun story.
I need to be.
Can't explain.
I need to be seated at a different table and not room 35, please. But otherwise, the Irma, it's fantastic, historic, but probably haunted, like a lot of things in Wyoming. Okay, well, good luck to your boy. Oh, we're going to see you Thursday, and then we'll give good luck to the Boilers.
Yes. The Boilers will win.
Boiler got to take care of them Burns Bronx.
I do know that we have fireworks, so whenever they score a touchdown, it's going to be a big boom. So
you better. I hope you have a lot of them.
Thermopolis has a lot of booms.
Right. Don't run out, man. This could be a high-scoring game. Make sure you got a lot of them. And don't worry if you hear what's the name of the stadium? Just
it's the Bobcat High School. So.
Bobcat, if Bobcats are rocking, don't bother. That's just them scoring touchdowns, man. Nothing's on fire. Don't call the police department.
Yes, but come on over and cheer the boys.
Sounds
this
good.
Is the playoffs. We're number 2 seed, and we're hoping we are going to be doing, fingers crossed, another showdown with the one team that beat us this year.
Oh yeah, so if you can keep going, well. Good luck to you. I'm excited for Thermopolis this Friday, but we'll check with you Thursday. Make sure everything's good.
All right. Sounds great.
All right. Thank you, Jackie. Have a great day.
I will. And I'll let you know if any ghost football players appear.
Freaky. Yeah. There is no number 15 on the roster. How did he just run for a touchdown? Weird. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Bye.
Actually, that's a common occurrence, believe me, from someone who does play-by-play for a game. I'll see some, there's number 12. And I'm looking and I'm like, I don't have a 12. Who's 12? He's probably some kid off the JV team, or he's a ghost. You never know. Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, we're ghosting. We're doing scary stories right up until Halloween, of course, Friday. For now, though, that's going to do it for this hour. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues after top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. In what could be the first step toward building a new coal-fired power plant in Gillette, Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon announced Monday that Basin Electric Power Cooperative will receive $4 million in state matching money through the Wyoming Energy Authority to study building a second unit at the Dry Fork Station power plant. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that coal advocates are saying this is a pivotal moment for American energy.
This is pretty big news because the last time anyone fired up a new coal-fired plant, it was in 2013 down in Texas.
This coal-fired plant will be the second additional one in Gillette. The first one opened in 2011. Reclusive Wyoming billionaire Timothy Mellon has been identified by the New York Times as the anonymous donor of $130 million to the military during the government shutdown. But, as Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports, last year, Mellon did fund an eye-catching, controversial billboard.
We put up a massive billboard on the Colorado-Wyoming border alerting people driving into Colorado they were getting ready to enter Venezuela.
The 83-year-old Mellon lives in Saratoga, Wyoming, and an heir to the Mellon banking fortune. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Although Donald Trump didn't take up Wyoming Senator John Barrasso's invitation to attend Saturday's border war football game between the University of Wyoming and rival Colorado State University, the president did send a message. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports the video was all about energy.
This video was due in part to his invitation for Trump to actually attend the game in person. While Trump is traveling overseas this week, he was able to film a video message in which he touted Wyoming's coal industry, which coincided with the university's blackout jerseys honoring Wyoming's coal industry.
This was the first time the Wyoming Cowboys wore something other than brown and gold. UW won in a 28-0 shutout of the Rams in the 117th Border War game to claim the coveted Bronze Boot traveling trophy. An Evanston-based judge on Monday declined to dismiss a legal challenge by Thermopolis Republicans. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that they're accusing their state party of waging backroom power plays to thwart state law and cheat people of fair representation.
Some Hot Springs County Republicans who were vying for state delegation and leadership positions basically accused the state party of doing kind of a backroom arbitration to oust them after they'd already been elected to those positions. And so they filed suit. They filed a legal challenge saying the state party broke the law here and they flouted state law. And a judge on Monday was like, yeah, it's likely that they did that. No one in the suit is disputing that they did that. They claim they have a constitutional defense. The judge said, yeah, well, that constitutional right that you're claiming to associate with whom you wish and to dictate the terms of your own membership, really because you have some control over state political processes, it has to be weighed against the people's right to have fair and orderly elections.
Now, the judge ordered their attorney, Clark Stith, and the state Republican Party's attorney, Caleb Wilkins, to file motions for summary judgment by January 12th. He said he'd hear arguments about those motions on March 11th. Each day in the month of October, Cowboy State Daily publishes a spooky tale that has Wyoming ties. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy tells the tale of the Irma Hotel in Cody, Wyoming, where some of the guests who didn't check out are more popular than the ones who do.
That room 35, where all this paranormal stuff is happening, was actually the same room where in 1912, a U.S. cavalry soldier, Frank Cunningham, shot up the room after he had some hallucinations. A former employee from the 1990s said that a gentleman in a fedora would be sitting in the booth and they would go to take care of him and he would be gone.
William F. Buffalo Bill Cody celebrated the opening of his Irma Hotel with a huge party in 1902. The now iconic hotel, named after his youngest daughter, has gone on to host more than 120 years of princes, Indian chiefs, cowboys, and yes, even ghosts. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Tuesday, and we're in hour 3 of this whole mess. Mark Kynes will be here in a moment, and I think that's him at the doorbell. Hang on, Mark. We're coming. I'm coming. I have so many menial tasks I gotta do that should be handled by a show engineer or producer if we had such a thing. Oh, a girl can dream. But I have to do it all myself, and it's overwhelming. Let's see. There's Mark. Mark, I can't handle all the duties of doing this.
Are you complaining?
Yes.
Stop whining.
Nobody wants to hear it. I gotta push all these buttons, and
no.
Sometimes I don't know which ones to push. Sometimes it's pure guesswork, Mark. I'm like, let's try the green one. What's
this one do?
Yeah, it's like Jeremy Renner. He's like gonna deconstruct the bomb in his Michelin Man suit, and he's like, maybe the red one touches the. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen that movie.
Yeah, that's a good one, right?
It's a good show. Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, you stole the story from me.
I did.
Yeah, I heard Mac saying, yesterday I had Mac on. He's like, boy, it was so interesting to learn about Audra Draper. And Mark had that story. I'm like, Mark got it from me. I had Audra Draper on the show. She is pretty cool, man. She's the first female master bladesmith, which requires you doing, like, from what I understand, the late night infomercials where you take a knife and you got to like open a can with it, and then you got to cut a hair with it. Like, you have to do all that.
Yeah.
But you have had to build the knife. Like, you got to make it.
Yeah, they forge their own blades too. They don't just assemble a knife out of pre-made parts. They have to forge the blade from scratch as well. So,
it's unbelievable.
That's some dedication there.
Yeah.
And a couple of years ago, we actually did a story on her mentor, Ed Fowler. He's here in Riverton as well. Yeah,
That's the one who Audra saw. She was on the ranch, and she goes into, I don't know, tell Ed there was somebody out there to see him, and she sees the forge. She sees the fire. She says, what are you doing, Ed? I want to do that. And Ed says, like, girls can't make knives. Audra's like, dang, challenge accepted.
Yep, yeah, he used reverse psychology on her. Yeah.
He sure did, and he just birthed one of the greatest master bladesmiths. She's right there just north of Riverton. We're going to have to make a trip, a little field trip, and go see her do her thing.
No, she's got a great shop. Her and Ed both have great shops. Yeah.
Yeah, that's neat. Good story. You got some great photos that I didn't get. You did have that. Did you get her to send you some? They all look like pretty current photos. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was there,
Oh, you were? You went? Yeah, you're in Riverton now. I forgot.
Yeah. You forgot about that.
Oh.
I've been here for a while. Been here for like 6 months now.
Well, I'm just getting up this. I said, I'm overwhelmed here in the studio. I can't even keep track of you. So give me a sense of like what did it smell like? What does what is this?
Oh,
thing?
well, that really cool, like hot burnt.
Yeah.
That smell, you know what I'm talking about? That hot steel emits. You
say, Audra, something's burning.
Yeah,
and
no.
She's like, I know.
I'm like Robert Duvall in Apocalypse Now. That smelled like victory. Yeah.
And to Audra, the smell of like burnt popcorn, probably like, the Damascus steel is finally.
But no,
soft
there's something. When they're forging that metal, it just it's cool.
Did she pound on it? Did she have an anvil the whole bit?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
it's so cool.
Yeah.
And she did describe in the story, I think, or you did, about having too many irons in the fire. Like the old, like it can be, she goes, I am the living, metaphor of that or whatever it is. Yeah. She's pretty cool, man. All right. Let's see. What else you been doing? Let me see. Mark Hines' story. I like that one, even though I know where you got that one. Oh, hibernation for bears. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a couple bear stories. We had that one, and then I don't know if we talked about the one where the lady said the bear pulled her boot off. Or
yes, we did do that, and she's lucky, boy. The muck boot.
Yeah.
She had the muck boot and not the ropers on that.
Yeah, but no, the bears are starting to go. Well, they're starting to go to bed. I mean, it's a long process. There'll be some, like Dan Thompson said, there'll be some wandering around in December, and really, other biologists have said there's not a month of the year that you shouldn't be completely surprised to see a grizzly.
Yeah. And the more we learn about the bears, the more we're fascinated about what they do in this hibernation. But I get some say it's not a true hibernation. Like they do go like way down, their heart rate, their breathing way down, but they do occasionally wake up, and they wake up enough to stretch and go see if there's anything to eat outside. So you could encounter bears anytime. But
yeah,
they're about ready to go nesting here soon. How about, I don't understand this. Nesvik says that Colorado can't get wolves from Canada anymore. What does this mean?
That's kind of the latest controversy that's blown up down there in Colorado. People are splitting hairs or trying to split hairs over, the wording in that agreement, because that reintroduction program kind of hinges on an agreement between Colorado Parks and Wildlife and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, of which Nesvik is now the chief.
Yes.
And Nesvik sent that letter saying, guys, we specified the Northern Rocky Mountain states, or the Rocky Mountain states plus Oregon and Washington. And that's it. There's, but the folks in Colorado are saying, well, that was only if we're going to get wolves that were listed as like I said, they're kind of split the hair the other way and say, well, the wolves in Canada aren't listed as endangered. So, if we're not doing it under the 10J rule of the Endangered Species Act, this is a separate stream. So, I mean, I guess it depends on, who knows? It could end up in court. I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on that one.
This story struck me because it's the first time I've heard wildlife officials acknowledge that there is a Canadian wolf and there's a Rocky Mountain wolf, because remember in the late night in 1997.
Yeah, no, it's not.
We introduced wolves.
They're not talking about a species difference. They're talking about a jurisdictional difference.
Where they come from, like physically, where you trap them.
Nesvik was.
Okay.
Nesvik is calling it on jurisdictional grounds. He's saying we agreed that you could get the wolves from these states and you couldn't go outside. It'd be no different if Colorado tried to go to Minnesota and get wolves.
Right. Okay.
From through the lens that Nesvik is viewing it through.
I see.
That it's not a species thing. It's a jurisdictional. Yeah.
I got it. The story about parachuting beavers. That time, what is it? It's a bird. It's a plane. It's beavers parachuting into the remote wilderness of Idaho.
Yeah.
This is a crazy story. 1948.
And I guess it. I left Idaho in 2004. So I was like, what are you guys talking about? It's become a cultural phenomenon. But then the story got rediscovered 10 years ago in 2015. I talked to that archivist with Idaho Fish and Game, and she said that's when they finally discovered the old film, and the story took on new life because they posted that old film on their website, and people just went bonkers. Or she said she was getting calls from all over the world. And now I guess, the parachuting beavers have become an Idaho cultural icon. They put them on T-shirts and coffee mugs. Again, I didn't see that when I was in Idaho, but that's back before the story had been rediscovered. But no, and if you watch that film, it's hysterical.
I'm gonna go check that out. Actually, there is a little. Is it long? If I played it like later,
it's like a 2-minute segment. It's part of a larger film.
Yeah,
it's part of a 13-minute film that Fish and Game put out at that time. But there's a segment in the middle where they go over, and again, it's about 2 minutes where they go over the operation to parachute the beavers into the wilderness. They called it the Idaho Primitive Area back then. Nowadays we call it the Frank Church Wilderness of No Return. But back then it was just simply called the Idaho Primitive Area. And Geronimo and his other friends, they parachuted him in there. So.
Well, yeah. And if you wanted to reintroduce beaver into this area in 1948, even today, the easiest way is to drop them in. That is some wild country, man. Mark, I appreciate the fact that you don't just interchange and use game and fish and game how you want. You understand, having lived in both states, that fish and game, Idaho, game and fish here. You always get it right. So in case people are wondering whether Mark's just meandering around, he's intentional.
Like I said, I've lived and reported and hunted in both states. So, yes, that's a distinction.
Okay, so I know, being a Riverton guy, you're probably this Friday going to be watching your Wolverines play football in Riverton, but I'm going to be in Lander with my Jackson Bronx in case you want to stop by. High school football Friday.
Okay. All right.
Halloween also. What do you do for Halloween? Are you a big Halloween guy, you and the family?
Not really. My family's really into it. I'm not really into it. We'll probably just take the kiddos trick-or-treating.
Yeah.
The grandkid, take her out trick-or-treating.
Yeah, I don't get nuts about it. What's she going to be? Have we decided?
I think she's changed her mind a couple times.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I can't keep up with it. So.
Right up until Friday. Yeah. Sounds so right. Okay, man. Have a great day. We'll see you Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Same time. All right. Have a good one.
You too. Bye. That's Mark Hines with the Cowboy State Daily Show. His story about the time they parachuted beaver into Idaho. I swear they did. It's Idaho's claim to fame. Used to be known as the Potato State, right? Well, now that this story is back in the news cycle, thanks to Mark Hines, Idaho's known as that state where they drop beavers out of the sky if they need to. Colorado wants to make sure its wolves, when they're dropped out of the sky, didn't come from Canada. That's Brian Nesvik, Fish and Wildlife Service, saying that. He's written a letter. And hibernation for bears. Yeah, it's right about that time. Many bears are making their den and getting ready to have a long nap. Yeah, them and me both. Just about hibernation time. But not all bears have gone to sleep yet. Still practice some safety precautions in bear country. Let's take a break. We'll come right back with Kevin Meyer after this.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays. We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you, too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
This is crazy happenstance. This is exactly why there is a word called happenstance, Kevin.
Is it paired with circumstance?
It's paired with bizarro is what it's paired with. Not this is happenstance, or it has a deeper meaning that we just haven't been able to figure out. I'm talking about baseball. Do you follow the baseballs? Kevin Myers with us, by the way.
I'll tell you, I was actually kind of excited, and I was going to bring it up that baseball season for me is just about to start.
What? Oh, you just wait until it's the World Series? What do you mean?
For me, baseball starts when one of the teams in the World Series is up 3 games. I don't start watching baseball until it is what could be the series winning game. And I have found over the years, if I simply watch the winning game of the World Series, I will get caught up through the announcers on everything that happened during the baseball season. Now,
yeah,
I kind of wish I would have watched last night a little bit, because that was basically 2 games in one, and I would have found out all the information from the entire season.
Yeah, you would have been up to date on the 1956 Brooklyn Dodgers, probably. That was a long game. So here's what I'm saying about that baseball game last night. Record-setting, tied for the longest ever World Series game, which was in Game 3, 2018. Also went 18 innings. This game last night went 18 innings. Here's what I find shocking. I thought it was fake news. I thought the internet was trying to goof around. There's a photo of this dude you'll recognize probably if you're a country music fan. Brad Paisley sang the national anthem before the game last night. Here he is. There's Brad with a Dodgers microphone. According to the interwebs, according to Anthony Castrovince, Brad Paisley has sang the national anthem at other baseball games before last night. He's also sang at Game 1 in 2022. It went 10 innings at 1 extra inning. Game 2 in 2017, it went 11 innings. And he sang the national anthem in Game 3 of 2018, the one that went 18 innings like it did last night. All 4 times Paisley has sung the national anthem before a baseball game, they've all gone into extra innings.
So now we know who to blame.
Yeah. Or thank if you want bonus baseball. But there's a lot of folks in Toronto that were up last night until what? I don't even know what it was local time in Toronto. Man. Yeah, what is it with him? Like the extra inning jinx.
He must be a huge baseball fan, and he just wants to make sure that the games keep on going longer and longer and longer. One of the things I thought about is it's generally, I believe, in almost every baseball park, they stop beer sales in the 7th inning.
Oh. Yeah.
So you have a bunch of diehard baseball fans that have their buzz on at the 7th inning, and then by the time they get to the 18th inning, do you believe that the hangover has already set in?
Oh, man, they're crashing bad. Maybe they reopen up the beer garden. Maybe they understand that, okay, this is going to be one of those nights. You know, somewhere in the 13th inning, they just like the taps are open again. They're like, okay, we might be here a while.
Yeah, exactly. And think about, I don't really want to watch 6.5 hours worth of baseball sitting on my couch. Could you imagine sitting in one of those hard baseball park chairs for over 6 hours?
No. But think about how the crime in downtown Los Angeles was probably reduced with all those gangbangers watching the Dodger game. The profile. Have you ever seen the profile of a Dodger fan?
Oh, yeah.
He's like this Mexican gangbanger with the do-rag. Yeah, if they were all at the game, nobody was out there robbing and stealing and criming.
And I imagine those gangbanging Dodger fans were probably too tired after the game to attack any of the Toronto fans that were leaving the stadium in the early hours.
Who are being so polite like Canadians are. Here, take my money. I understand this is a robbery here. And,
good game. Here's my wallet, eh?
Good. Yeah, that probably crime was way down. Well, maybe we'll find out later today. Hey, your Douglas Bearcats. Wow, that was a wild one against Torrington.
That was a wild one. Torrington, they were spunky. They never gave up. Every time Douglas had the ball, it looks like they were going to run away with it. And then all of a sudden, Torrington had come back and come back and come back. And yeah, it was a shootout for sure.
Okay. Well, you earned yourself with the win, Douglas Bearcats, 49-37 over Douglas. And that means, over Torrington. That means Douglas gets to go to Cody, who I was there last weekend. And I can tell you, Cody Bronk's pretty good, man. Can you guys stop the run? Because they're going to run.
Well, first off, that's a rather ignoble lottery winning ticket. Congratulations, you made the playoffs. Now drive 7 hours to Cody to face that juggernaut of a running game. You never know. As long as both teams are on the field, both teams have a chance. But I do believe that Douglas is going to have to play a perfect game and catch a break or two here or there.
Yeah. Their defense, I mean, Jackson was able to do some things, mostly throwing. You're not going to be able to run against them at all. You better throw. Whoever you're going to be, like, tell your quarterback, just chuck it. But yeah, Cody's pretty good. It'll be interesting. Who's gonna go? You gonna go to the game? You don't have time.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to get to go to it, which is unfortunate, but that's a pretty good trip. And depending on the weather, I haven't really looked at the long-term forecast to see what it's going to be, but yeah, that's a pretty long slog. It's funny when I talk to people from around the country, especially places like Florida and Texas, and talk to them about Wyoming high school football, and they just can't imagine that we have teams that have to drive 7 or 8 hours on the bus to play a game in state.
Yeah.
I was talking to a guy in Florida, and he said their longest trip was like 2 hours.
Yeah. And for a team they probably see like once a decade. Yeah. Our rivals are 3 hours away, our arch rivals. And then, there's certainly bus rides that are 7 or 7+, and you're still in Wyoming. Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, your in-conference game is 2 fuel stops away.
Right. If you have to stop and fill the tank twice, you might be a Wyoming high school football fan. Yeah, the old Jeff Foxworthy. Hey, do you know these guys, roadtothehorse.com?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Mm-hmm.
God, you know everybody, Kevin. I love that. I don't know if they coined this or what, but I just ran across this in my, came up in my feed. My analytics must think I like this kind of stuff. But I do like this. Roadtothehorse.com, attributed to them is, you don't train a half-ton flight animal. You prove to him he can trust you more than his own instincts. That is exactly right, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And that Road to the Horse is a cult starting competition where they bring in basically untouched 3-year-olds. And then they kind of draw numbers. There's usually 3 trainers. And the first day they have so much time. I think in the morning they work with them for an hour. In the afternoon, I think they work with them for a couple hours. Then the second day, they have another couple hours, and then in the afternoon, they have to ride them through an obstacle course.
Oh.
And it is really amazing what they get done with these horses in that short period of time. It's really amazing to see how the different trainers approach it. And I've had a couple friends that have actually won Road to the Horse over the years, and it's a pretty intense little process, but that really does come down because in that amount of time, you can train a horse by overpowering them and kind of mentally oppressing them into submission. But in that short period of time, no, you got to make friends with them, and you really have to, as best as a human can, speak their language and get them to do what you want by very clearly communicating to them what it is that you want.
Yeah. And again, to me, it all comes back to you're talking about an animal whose every instinct screams run from anything you don't understand, anything that looks scary is scary, and I'm going to run away. You're talking about an animal that's scared by a rock that's in a different place than it was yesterday. Like, these aren't the most genius animals ever invented. And you do have to come to this understanding. The basics of training is just watch me. I'm the herd boss, and I'm not scared of that rock over there. I'm not scared of this thing, and you can trust me. If I'm not running, you shouldn't be running.
Well, I was reminded of this with the I think it was Jen Coker had the story about the arson dog.
Oh, yeah, Kyoto.
And Kyoto is trained basically by the food reward. He does his job to get his food. And I can remember years ago, you and I having a conversation because you had been involved with training some police dogs.
Yeah.
And it was very interesting to me that you told me that the drug dogs, they don't care about the drugs. That doesn't matter to them. What matters to them is they can't play with their ball unless they find the drugs. Well, it's no different than with a horse, except with the horse, what their reward is peace. That's what a horse wants more than anything in the world, is just peace. And you can see this in a herd dynamic of the alpha horse, whether it be a stud or the big alpha mare. They will kick and bite and just torment the horses that are underneath them in the pecking order until that submissive horse does what they want, and then they'll leave them alone so the horse gets peace. Well, it's no different when you're training a colt, like in the Road to the Horse. You're going to work them, say you want them to move their hips away from you. Well, you're just going to keep tormenting them until they move their hips away, and then you're just going to get quiet, and the horse finds, oh, if I give to that pressure, I will find peace. And what's interesting is that can work with dogs, horses, cattle, even little kids. Will search and find the peace. And you don't have to yell at them. You don't, of course, there's no way to talk to the horse to explain to him. Imagine how much easier it would be to train anything if they spoke English.
Yeah. If you just would get it. Yeah, I know. And talk about, Kevin, that's a good point. The horse, almost everything it does works off of seeking the peace and seeking a relief and a release from that pressure. Look at all the things designed on the tack, from the bit to potentially spurs, which are really an extension of your legs, your heels. But it's all pressure applied, and the horse responds the right way. But that timing, Kevin, is crucial. The experience brings that. Sometimes there's some intuition, but the timing of what that horse needs to know, that pressure, and then as soon as I do the right thing, the timing is crucial as to when you bring the release, the relief.
That's a great point. And what I always point out is a fence post has perfect timing, because a fence post has no emotional aspect to it. So if you tie a horse up to a fence and the horse pulls back a little bit, when that horse comes up the rope and gives itself relief, the fence post is an inanimate object, so it doesn't take any more pressure onto the horse. So the horse learns to give to that pressure on their own. And if we as riders or even on the ground can learn how to separate our emotions, here's the problem with human beings. And once again, this is involved not just with training horses, but in our interpersonal relationships. When a human being reprimands a horse, unfortunately, say they give him a kick to the ribs or they give him a yank on the lead rope. They'll yank once to reprimand the horse. Then they'll do it 2 more times just to prove to the horse that they meant the first one. Then they'll do it a couple more times because now it's just a habit and you're frustrated. Well, the horse understood the first one. The horse doesn't understand the second 2, and then he gets scared of the last 2. And that's the biggest part about any time, whether you're dealing with dogs, horses, kids, cattle, pigs, I don't care what you are. Human beings need to start learning how to separate their emotions from what they are trying to get accomplished.
Yeah. Because the parent or the trainer or whatever it is has the emotions attached where the fence post does. The fence post doesn't have a bad day that day. They didn't have a bad morning. They don't have preconceived notions about, oh, it's a black horse. Black horses never behave. They always need extra, That's what humans have to remove out of it. Certainly when working with horses, doesn't matter if you had a bad day. You got to be consistent with that training. The horse has to know, he's got to be sure about how, Yeah. I like that, Kevin. And it can apply beyond the horse. Good point.
I can remember years ago, I worked for an old guy, and every fall when it came to shipping time, let's just say that this old gentleman didn't have the best people skills in the world. His idea of communicating what he wanted people to do was, if they don't understand, just talk louder.
Yeah.
And his assumption was people weren't going to understand. So he would wake up in the morning when we were getting ready to work cattle. He'd be mad at the coffee pot. He was already mad before we ever started. And it doesn't take a genius to figure out that how every single day was going to go, because he just woke up mad about it. He thought that things were not going to go right. People weren't going to do what they were supposed to do. Well, if you wake up with that frame of mind, usually that's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I agree. What? Anything else in the news that has struck you?
Well, what is your opinion? And I know we don't usually talk a lot of politics on this place, on this outfit, but what's your opinion of this government shutdown?
I can't say I've noticed. I mean, we're almost a month. Honestly, I feel for my friends that have worked for the government, but I that is my political nature. What party I'm affiliated to is none of the above. I have no use for government. If government went away tomorrow, and it has for the last 28 days, I wouldn't notice. I don't need government. Yeah.
Well, that's my opinion, and what it kind of has revealed to me is, number one, if you're not employed by the government, I think most people are like you and I, that we really haven't noticed anything. Other than, once again, when we were kids, at least when I was a kid, I always just assumed that it was our best and brightest that were serving in our government. But now as an adult, I see that really Congress and the Senate and most of our politicians, they're just a bunch of junior high kids that are pointing the fingers at each other and not really trying to get anything accomplished. They're just trying to point fingers and make political points by blaming the other side. It's no different than the kid that shoots a spit wad at the teacher, his back is turned, and then tries to blame it on his buddy. And then it just turns into a he said, she said of blaming each other, pointing the fingers at each other. And really what I've seen, and from what I've heard and the people I've talked to, that is deteriorating any hope and confidence that we had in any of our elected officials.
Yeah. Congress is acting like a middle school cafeteria gone wild during a food fight, man. That's what it's amounted to. Yeah, it's a sad state of politics in D.C. I had some people ask me if I CGI the hat on your head with a graphic. They're like, that's not his real hat. Once in a while, they see you move and they think the hat is a... See? It's a real hat, y'all. They think I'm putting it on you, like with a graphic.
I don't know exactly how to take that, my friend.
I don't even know how to,
good or bad.
And I don't know how to do it. I'm barely able to, handle the other aspects of this show, much less put a tire on Kevin Meyer. Kevin,
well, as long as they don't think the mustache is CGI, that would just be insulting.
If that falls off one day, I'll be like, oops, which button puts Kevin's mustache on there? Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Thanks, man. Have a good day.
You too, my friend.
Go Bearcats.
Go Bronx.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We're going to get Beth in here. She's the principal, Beth Blatt, principal at Heart Mountain Academy, up next. Stick around. You're going to like this.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to For news you can trust, your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday, and Beth Blatt is with us. Hey, whatever you were doing, come to attention. Principal's walking down the hall. Good morning. Principal of Heart Mountain Academy. That's up in Cody. It's a school of choice, an alternative choice to traditional comprehensive high schools, serving grades 9 through 12 in Park County School District 6, Cody, Wyoming. And so good to have you on, Beth. And say hey to Mary Charles for me and the wife. My wife, Kimmy, she might know her as Kimmy Morton, Kimmy Nichols. Her and Mary Charles go back, and those prior kids, I gotta say, oh my good, Jackson, we just went to play Cody in football, and Nathaniel Pryor, who was the other one? Caleb. There's always a Pryor on that Cody team that's so good.
Yes, there is, and I will tell her hello. Good morning.
And there's always a Talich on that team that's so good. Yes, good morning to you. So please give us the elevator pitch, the flyover view of what it is. Principal at Heart Mountain Academy. It's a different kind of school. I know it's geared towards the individual because every kid's different. So they're small classroom. You have a max that you'll take for enrollment. What is it? What's this school about?
Yeah, well, like I said, thanks. I'm here today to talk about alternative schools in general and to really demystify the idea of alternative schools and non-traditional schools. So here in Park 6, Heart Mountain Academy has been around for 10 years. We serve anywhere from 40 to 55 students in a year. And our students come to us for a variety of reasons.
Something about like the public high school doesn't fit them? Is it the schedule, or what could it be? It could be anything, really.
It really is. We have such a variety of students, and really students come to us maybe for reasons of they want a flexible schedule or individualized learning. Maybe the traditional high schools are too big and they've kind of gotten lost. They could be credit deficit. It could be something with absenteeism. But just as much as we have that, we have students that just want to be seen and heard.
Beth, it's important, I think, that we don't classify Heart Mountain Academy or the alternative approach that we're talking about as turning your back on public school. You're part of the district. In fact, there's room for hybrid, isn't it? You could be at an alternative school like Heart Mountain Academy and also elect to take a class at the public high school, right?
That's correct. In fact, across the state, we do have, there's many different models. There's blended learning, there's online learning, and then there's the hybrid model. So our students at Heart Mountain Academy have the opportunity to still partner with Cody High School and take 1 to 2 classes there.
I did notice online some of your kids that were spending time with 4th graders, teaching them something. I thought that was genius. I mean, if you want to show students, how hard hey, this is how hard it is to teach. This is not an easy thing. That was kind of cool. All kinds of just different approach. What are some other things that an alternative school might do that you wouldn't see at a public high school?
Yeah, well, learning is because we're small, our class sizes are smaller. So our schedules can also be more flexible, where we love to get out in the community and not only connect through entrepreneurial ideas, really even careers, going out and seeing what's available in across the state and certainly local. And then, like I said, work experience, internships, and we love to give to our community. So an example would be we have an Adopt a Highway section on the South Fork. So our kids go out and serve in that capacity. We also go to the long-term care center at the hospital here. And we just really feel like connection to the community is very important in the educational world that we live in today.
I like that. Another thing that I think is lacking, or people sense is lacking in a high school education, is in the curriculum. I mean, the kids are going to learn algebra and other stuff, but they don't know how to balance a checkbook. They don't know how to do their own personal or family finance. I think you require that of seniors.
We do, and business math is a very popular class. Also applied mathematics. So those things are different as well. Our teachers, the teachers at Heart Mountain, really, we look at the individual needs of students and say, where are they going to be? What is your future? What are the steps once you graduate high school? Those are very important to us as well, to set that student up for success here in Wyoming or wherever they choose to go. So we feel like those classes like applied mathematics or hands-on learning even really gets our students engaged and back into the idea of school.
Yeah, we're talking to Beth Blatt, principal, Heart Mountain Academy, alternative choice to schooling for grades 9 through 12. Now, where you sort of touched on where kids are going next. Are you serving them if they choose maybe UW's the game plan, maybe a community college, maybe not extended learning at all, maybe they're headed for a trade? I'm sure you're better able to meet the students where they're at and where they want to go next.
That's exactly right. One thing that's different, I think, in an alternative setting, because we're smaller, is we know our students. We greet them every day by name, and we know what they want to do. And if they don't have an idea, which a lot of students these days are not sure where their future lies post-graduation. They're not sure if they want to go to college or go to the military or be here in town or go to New Zealand. And so we feel like the exposure and experience that we can give them, the more we can do during high school, the better opportunity that they can walk their path.
And I think just right now, this morning, probably you got some kids finishing up ACT testing. I can hear the groans of pain.
We do. How could you hear that?
I know. I heard it. That's hard. ACTs are tough.
Yeah, but it pays off, like I said, coming to school every day and having a sense of belonging. I think one of the major focuses in alternative schools across the nation is building relationships, creating a space and a place for students where they belong, where they can be seen and heard, where their voices matter, and they know, wow, if I can make a difference here, I can go out into the world and make a difference. And we just think that is really cool to connect students through customization at the high school level.
Yeah. Beth, I don't know what it looks like, but I feel like it is the antithesis. It is the exact opposite of cookie cutter curriculum and education. Like, this is totally different and serving individuals rather than here's the 32 kids you have in your class, get them all up to speed on the SATs coming up. Like,
yeah, it's more than academics. It's also the personalization of who they are, what they want to be, and then certainly the social aspect of it too. We add values. We look at the whole student because we have flexibility and smaller class sizes. Students can come up and have a voice and say, for example, just yesterday, I had students at Heart Mountain Academy say, hey, in town, we noticed that there is that one of our organizations in town does a food drive for Christmas, but not for Thanksgiving. Is that something we can do? And of course, we said, yes, absolutely. Check into it, get back to us, and let's talk to our school about what we can do to help.
What high schooler would think of that? Yeah, that's just stuff. They come at things from a different angle. Any truth to the rumor that last month you had a lot of the kids on a forced march? You took them straight up Heart Mountain.
Oh, you are clever. How do you hear these things? Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, part of life is to acquire skills and self-confidence. And a lot of times when you are stepping away from, a traditional school, we have the opportunity to think different and do school differently. And one of those things that we do at Heart Mountain is hike Heart Mountain. But it's not just about the hike and the physical, the physical idea behind it, but it's teaching students grit and resilience, perseverance, goal setting, which we think will bleed into their life post-graduation.
Awesome. Hey, to what degree do you utilize online? All of us, look, we're online now. And I think we found out during COVID, online learning brings its own challenges, but you can't run away from it. It is the future. It is real. Do you do any kind of online virtual stuff? What do you do?
Absolutely. Once again, we take the individual's needs and we try to fit it into our school. So we are a blended learning atmosphere. I have currently 5 teachers. I have 4 core teachers that teach the core classes. But then I also have electives that some are taught in person and some are online. We also offer college courses, and those are all online through Northwest College currently. So some of our students really thrive in that setting, which prepares them for the job market, for things like we're doing right now, podcasting, which we do teach all of our students, by the way. And so some people thrive. Some people, they have to learn how to learn online. And so once again, using differentiation, we're teaching students how to use AI as well as a resource.
We're talking.
So those are some examples.
This is Beth Blatt, principal, Heart Mountain Academy. One last thing, principal, we got to direct people where to go online to learn more and maybe get enrolled. Heart Mountain Academy, like these alternative schools, teaching to the whole student, social and emotional learning, as well as your reading, writing, arithmetic. Where do we go? I'm on hma.park6.org. Is that where I should be?
Yep, absolutely. And if you do not, so go to our website. You can call us too at 527-1028. But we currently have 24 alternative or non-traditional schools across the state of Wyoming. So check your local area and find out more about it in your school districts.
Yeah, we've talked to other ones too. And every time I talk to somebody involved in an alternative school, it sounds like if I had kids, that's where I would point them. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's not how we fit students into our system. It's how do we design a system that fits our students.
I like that. There's your genius tagline. Absolutely. Holy cow. Tell Mary Charles to please tell Nathaniel to go easy on the Douglas Bearcats this Friday.
Not a chance, but I'll tell her you said hello.
Have a great day up in Cody.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. That is Principal Beth Blatt with the Heart Mountain Academy Alternative School, and so cool. Yeah, I love teaching up the whole kid. That sounds good to me. And addressing each unique individual. Each one of us has something different than our desk mate, than our classmate. Like, we got to be approached a different way, and you can only do that when you have small, lower enrollment, small individual attention. Very cool. Beth Blatt, find out more. Heart Mountain Academy at hma.park6.org.
Right. Thank you.
You bet. We got a break for news here in about a few seconds. Top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side of that. Remember, you can watch the show on YouTube, X, Facebook Live, on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com, or you can take us in at radio stations around the state that are carrying the program. Run it back later on demand, archived at wherever you find your favorite podcast. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, continuing right after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The town of Glen Rock and its mayor, Bruce Rummel, have been named in a convoluted Virginia-based bank's $350 million lawsuit accusing them of leaking trade secrets. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker unwinds what this suit is all about.
The lawsuit stems from a private investigation which examined the activities of Colorado-based Flatirons Bank. Both banks are involved in establishing accounts that distribute payments from lawsuit settlements, which are known as Qualified Settlement Funds, or QSFs. This lawsuit essentially alleges that the Virginia-based Eastern Point Trust Company Bank had its intellectual property stolen, which is then beginning to do business with cities throughout Wyoming, including Glen Rock.
The city attorney for Glen Rock, Amy Iberlin, says the lawsuit amounts to spontaneous, ill-founded bullying by an out-of-state company. A group of shops and people who sell marijuana-like substances that were legal in Wyoming until July 2024 failed to show that the state's new ban on those substances violates their rights. So ruled the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the judge said the plaintiffs just didn't prove their case.
Some Hot Springs County Republicans who were vying for state delegation and leadership positions basically accused the state party of doing kind of a backroom arbitration to oust them after they'd already been elected to those positions. And so they filed suit. They filed a legal challenge saying the state party broke the law here and they flouted state law. And a judge on Monday was like, yeah, it's likely that they did that. No one in the suit is disputing that they did that. They claim they have a constitutional defense. The judge said, yeah, well, that constitutional right that you're claiming to associate with whom you wish and to dictate the terms of your own membership, really because you have some control over state political processes, it has to be weighed against the people's right to have fair and orderly elections.
In 2024, Wyoming banned the distribution of marijuana-like substances that included more than 0.3% of Delta-9 THC and or concoctions of Delta-8 THC. I'll be back with more news from Cowboy State Daily right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Each day in the month of October, Cowboy State Daily publishes a spooky tale that has Wyoming ties. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy tells the tale of the Irma Hotel in Cody, where some of the guests who didn't check out are more popular than the ones who do.
Robin Cutter, the Park County archivist, has actually uncovered some of these stories behind the guests. By going back in old newspapers, she found out that room 35, where all this paranormal stuff is happening, was actually the same room where in 1912, a U.S. cavalry soldier, Frank Cunningham, shot up the room after he had some hallucinations. And then there's the guests that we still don't know who they are, but they're definitely present. The rocking chair that moves by itself, the smell of perfume in the room, these guests are still there. And a final story that we were able to collect was that a former employee from the 1990s said that a gentleman in a fedora would be sitting in the booth and they would go to take care of him and he would be gone. The older waitresses finally told them it was a ghost.
William F. Buffalo Bill Cody celebrated the opening of his Irma Hotel with a huge party in 1902. The now iconic hotel, named after his youngest daughter, has gone on to host more than 120 years of princes, Indian chiefs, cowboys, and yes, even ghosts. In what could be the first step toward building a new coal-fired power plant in Gillette, Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon announced Monday that Basin Electric Power Cooperative will receive $4 million in state matching money through the Wyoming Energy Authority to study building a second unit at the Dry Fork Station power plant. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that coal advocates are saying this is a pivotal moment for American energy.
This is pretty big news because the last time anyone fired up a new coal-fired plant, it was in 2013 down in Texas.
This coal-fired plant will be the second additional one in Gillette. The first one opened in 2011. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Good to have you along with us this Tuesday. Howdy, Nancy from Jeffrey City. She checks in. Jeffrey City. Not too many people from Jeffrey City. I got a flat tire in Jeffrey City once. And I had to limp out of there all the way to Lander to get it changed. That's what I remember from Jeffrey City. Probably ran over some uranium or gold or something. Joyce says making money on their votes. 23. What were we talking about 23 minutes ago? I can't remember. Hey, big thanks to Beth Blatt for stopping in. She was just here last hour. Principal of Hart Mountain Academy up there in Cody, part of the Park County School District 6, an alternative choice to high school. High school how you want it. High school a better way, teaching to the whole student in a comprehensive way. It's pretty cool. Thank you, Principal, for sharing. Renee Jean should be here, and we're going to talk about these Halloween super fans that she ran into. Some people that take Halloween to the nth level. Man, like people like Jessica Mora. I mean, that's her name for 11 months of the year. For the month of October, you know Jessica Mora as the Candy Corn Queen. That nickname came from a bit of family silliness at the dinner table about 4 or 5 years ago, but it stuck. Candy Corn Queen, Jessica Mora. Mora loves Halloween, always has. And she talked to Renee Jean about the lengths she'll go to make sure Halloween is spooktacular for everyone. She's not the only one. What about Megan Desch? Her husband started, she and her husband started a spooktacular Halloween display at their property about 5 or 6 years ago. Today, it is like grown out of control. Seriously, Megan, it's out of control. She has got all kinds of stuff in the yard. I'm flipping through the pictures now in the story. You should check it out. Renee's story about Halloween to the extreme. This is Megan's property. Oh my goodness. And they just all year round, you know, they are shopping for the next Halloween piece that may go on display. They are crazy about Halloween. Megan says for some people it's Christmas. Some people like, you know, I compare this to Chevy Chase in Lampoon Christmas Story. What is it called? I watch it every Christmas. And he's hooking up the lights, the Christmas lights of the house. And he's got so many, and he's got one bulb out. He's trying to figure out why it won't. And when he finally gets it, it's so bright that it creates a power surge. And it creates this big blackout. They had the power go out in Jackson yesterday. They had to send the middle school kids home early. Yeah, big power outage here in town. Chevy Chase, Christmas, National Lampoon's Christmas. Yeah. He does the vacation one and the Christmas one. The cat burns up and the dude with the trailer, the dude comes with his RV. Oh man, that movie's so funny. The Griswolds. Yeah, the Deisches, and I hope I'm saying that name correctly, Deisch, Megan and husband, they do Halloween like you would do Christmas. Only the weather's nicer. You know, it's not freezing cold outside. You can put up this stuff. And they got a Tetris it in their small property. You know, they don't have a huge lawn. And they have tons of Halloween stuff. So, yeah, find out how Megan and Jessica, the Candy Corn Queen, do Halloween. And they do it up big time. Renee Jean has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Where is Renee? Once in a while, she'll text me that she isn't going to be on. Oh, she did. Jake, I have an interview. Okay, can't make it. All right, Renee. Well, I will do your stories for you. Renee also has a story about real life Joe Pickett's, real life game wardens who really appreciate CJ Box's Joe Pickett series, which features a game warden. Who would have thought that a hero would be made of a game warden? CJ Box certainly never thought it, even though he's written 26 of the books in the Joe Pickett series. He never thought he'd get to book number 2. He didn't ever thought he'd get to the first book. CJ Box had the author before the Joe Pickett thing, before anybody knew who CJ Box was. He had an idea for a novel that was cooking in his head. He was taking the news of the day back in late 1990s, when the black-footed ferret, a species thought to be long extinct, suddenly turned up again in Meeteetse, Wyoming. You remember that? That was news back in the late 90s. And CJ thought, that is a pretty cool story. It's Wyoming. It's Western. It's got animals. This story appeals to people because it's cool to think an animal thought to be gone. It's like the dire wolf or a saber-toothed tiger. We thought they were long gone, and then you discover one. Oh my goodness, one's been tromping around in the wilds of Wyoming? No way. I mean, this is a black-footed ferret. They're still pretty cool looking. And this ranching family outside of Meeteetse, it was really neat how they discovered the dog came back with one. I think that like the ranch dog came back with a black-footed ferret in its mouth, and the rancher's like, what the heck is that? Not a pine marten. It's not a, what is that thing? Next thing you know, Game and Fish gets involved. They're like, that's a black-footed ferret. Where did your dog find this? Tell him to go find more. And now we have this whole, program to try to reintroduce the black-footed ferret. They're being bred in captivity. They're being released in the same place they were found in the Meeteetse area, bred and released. And, maybe that species is on the rebound that we thought was long gone. It's a cool story. And CJ thought it was a cool story. And he wrote a book and he thought, all right, who's going to play the hero? Maybe a sheriff? And he's like, well, I don't know. Sheriff wouldn't be that involved in a black-footed ferret. What would he care? Maybe I'll tell the story through a journalist. Maybe there's a reporter that's working on a story about the black-footed ferret. And then he's like, how exciting is a journalist? And knowing some, not very exciting. Good move, CJ. Smart move. Not a journalist. Then he thought, well, a game warden. A game warden is the guy on the front lines when you're talking about a black-footed. Like a game warden would care the most. He'd be the most invested. He'd be right there. I'm going to make it a game warden. Writes the manuscript, sends it off to his agent in New York City, and he doesn't hear anything. Crickets for like a year. Finally calls the agent. He's like, hey, did you get that book? Did you get that manuscript? And the agent says, yeah, I don't know. The game warden is a hero. I don't know. And in the middle of nowhere, Meeteetse, Wyoming, nobody's ever heard of that. The agent was really dismissive. And so another year or two goes by. No word, no nothing, no movement on the front. CJ Box goes to a local convention where there's a whole bunch of writers getting together. I think it's down in Colorado. And he bumps into an agent, and he sort of gives him the elevator pitch. He's like, yeah, I got this book. I sent it to my agent. It's about, the black-footed ferret coming back from extinction and the game warden. And this guy's interested. This agent actually likes it. He's like, wow, this might be something, CJ. Do you have an agent? And CJ goes, yeah, it's so-and-so in New York. And the agent he was talking to says, you realize your guy is dead. No. CJ's like, well, maybe that's why I haven't heard from him in 3 years. Yeah, he died. I'll be your agent. And bam, the marriage is born. The book is born. The book is great. The first of a Joel Pickett series. CJ had no idea it'd become a series. He thought I was going to write one, if anybody would take it. Now, open season, that very first book that came out in 2001 is now a 26-book series with no signs of stopping. CJ says he's got plenty of ideas. He pops out one a year or more, faster than that, just about one a year. A bunch of them have made the New York Times bestseller list, and I highly recommend the Joe Pickett series from CJ Box. Genius, and I love the story of how it come about. Renee Jean has that. What else? Renee Jean has the latest update on why Wyoming ranchers think of Trump's Argentina beef plan. And they don't like it. Ranchers nationwide don't like it. They believe President Trump is a little off course here. Even Trump fans, even folks who voted for Trump, ranchers, say, yeah, I like Trump, but he's got it wrong on this one. The way to reduce beef prices, the way to get the price of hamburgers and steak to come down is not to introduce more beef from out of the country. It's to deal with some domestic regulations right here at home, and you could lower the price of beef. And that voice, that idea is being heard across the board in Wyoming, nationwide. Everywhere I look, if you just Google the latest stories on Trump's Argentina beef plan, resistance across the board, including from our own governor of Wyoming. He had this to say. I'm trying to find his press release. Governor Gordon, Mark Gordon, noted on last week recent discussions regarding the potential increase in beef imports from Argentina has generated understandable concern among Wyoming cattle ranchers and their counterparts nationwide, says Governor Gordon. That is correct. The governor understands the short-term impacts these discussions have had in destabilizing. They've had a destabilizing impact on cattle markets. Gordon says our livestock producers take great pride in supplying U.S. beef. While prices at the store are currently unusually high, we should look for domestic solutions here at home to increase the number of U.S. raised beef. Yes, increase our reliance on cattle imports is not the best answer for our ranchers, farmers, or U.S. consumers, Gordon said. Yet taking the side of Wyoming beef, I like it. Renee Jean has that story about some folks a little bit nervous about the idea that President Trump plans to import more beef from Argentina as a solution to high beef prices. Renee also has a story today, dropped yesterday. Big Boy 4014 may make its first coast-to-coast run for America's 250th celebration next year. That's the plan. Union Pacific CEO Jim Vena says he wants the world's heaviest operational steam locomotive, known as Big Boy 4014, to make a coast-to-coast trip. It's never been done. That train has not been seen on the East Coast since it rolled off the assembly line back in 1941. Occasionally, you'll see the Big Boy on a light schedule. This year, it's made a few trips down to Colorado and in the Wyoming area, but coast to coast, that would be something. It can be done, says UP CEO Jim Vena. It's a little complicated, he admitted, but I think it would be a great, great historical movement for America's 250th birthday to move that steam engine, the biggest operating steam engine in the world, across the country. I think it'd be real cool, Jim said. And yes, it would be real cool. That story resonating on Facebook with Cowboy State Daily readers big time. Everybody loves a big train. Let's take a quick break. I got guests coming in. Who is up next? Let me check that. Renee. Oh, Janelle Maloney. You're going to love this lady. Known as she's an author and known as the hottie historian. She was the reason Renee was able to drop that news that Wyatt Earp, famed lawman, his first gunfight, his first gun battle, took place in Wyoming. There's good reason to believe the first time he drew a gun and pointed it at somebody else, it happened in Wyoming when he was 16 years old. We're going to have the historian on that broke that right after these words. Cowboy State Daily show continues after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Tuesday. Forget everything you knew about Wyatt Earp. We're going to rewrite history. It's Janelle Maloney, the hottie historian, author. Heard the awards, the accolades for this young lady. I can't even, it would take the whole 15-minute segment to tell you all the awards she's won with her history research, the books. I was introduced to you through the Renee James story about Wyatt Earp and potentially his first gunfight. I think more than, Wyatt Earp carries the name cachet, Janelle, but just the story of the immigrant trail through Iowa, the story of your great-grandmother making a trip like that is fascinating to me. Much, and then we introduce Brigham Young and Wyatt Earp and all these historical figures. It's incredible. So thanks for joining us. And,
of course.
Tell me how you're even interested in the past. Like, history is, other than ostriches in Arizona, which we'll talk about in a minute, why is history your jam?
History is so much fun. Absolutely a blast to go back in time. And I think part of it came because I was homeschooling my child. And in order to do that responsibly, I needed to relearn some things and then provide that information in a fun, exciting, relatable way to him. And through that, I relearned, or I guess rediscovered that it can be fun when you get to learn it and teach it in that way. Not the way I was taught growing up. That was boring. But, when you have a little bit more self-advocacy, when you can see yourself in the story or put yourself in the story, then it's way more fun. Like Sarah Russo's diary, I can see myself in that story because she's my family member.
Yeah, it's easy to put yourself in the story. You are there, DNA attached. Yeah, for sure. But you're right. Like, isn't that funny? We have to become adult. We have to do some adulting before we can appreciate history. As kids, history's dead. It already happened. It's just facts, figures, dates you got to memorize. You need a teacher who can inspire you to like bring history alive. So you do that in these books. You do that in your writing. Suddenly, history comes alive. So tell me about Sarah Russo, family, and tell me about, in particular, why we owe Sarah so much, because she journaled. Diaries are key, because we see in just a short 100 years, things get wonky with history depending on who's writing it down. Diaries are a trusted source to go find to research about what really happened.
For sure. Well, to stay focused on the Wyatt Earp saga, if you will, Wyatt's been talking about his first gunfight to historians and novelists for 100 years. He was telling his friend or associate John Flood about this event back in 1925. John Flood made some notes, but Wyatt's the only one who's talking about it at this point. And Wyatt's a somebody, and who's going to believe he said, oh yeah, I got in a fight with Indians. It's one of those campfire stories. And then Stuart Lake wrote a manuscript about that in 1931. And again, we're talking about Wyatt said he did all this stuff. Then in 1954, one of the wagon train descendants got a hold of the diary that was with one of my cousins at the time, made a copy, typed up the best transcript they could, and finally passed that out. So these guys are talking about it, just all Wyatt said, Wyatt said. Finally, Glenn Boyer, who has been discredited along with Stuart Lake because they're quoting and re-quoting without source documents. But Glenn Boyer finally got a hold of the transcription of the diary. And now the transcription has errors, but he was able to put some of the facts together and say, hey, actually what Wyatt said, Sarah said happened from the day of. So that diary was able to corroborate that information. Granted, he made some wrong conclusions, but over time we got closer and closer to the truth and confirming it by using those source documents. So thank goodness my cousin was able to get the diary to me, and I made a correct transcription, which is now available to everyone who wants to know the real deal.
Yeah, and the real deal. So what did we thought we knew about Wyatt Earp? Obviously, Wyatt Earp, it was just a couple of days ago, Janelle, as you pointed out, that we celebrated the history of that shootout of the OK Corral. That's Wyatt Earp, man. He was trying to keep law and order in Tombstone. He told these outlaws they couldn't have firearms and they wanted to keep their guns, and they shot it out. And that wasn't the first time Wyatt's been in a scrape. In fact, we thought the first time Wyatt ever drew a gun and pointed it at another person, we thought that was in Illinois? There was a story we didn't know it was Wyoming. There's reason to believe now it happened in Wyoming in a little place called, Orrin?
Yeah, Orrin was just a railroad stop for a long time. And before that, it was nothing, just a bend in the river. And in the summer of 1964, they figured they could actually cross from the north side of the North Platte to the South Platte there. And eventually that spot was chosen by Jim Bridger because in that spot, the water was consistent and stable enough to put a ferry up. So now we have not precedence because it's after the fact, but we have corroborating evidence that this became a good place to cross the river. So there's that. And you were mentioning earlier the haunted hotels and stuff. And I was just down in Tombstone, Arizona for the Earpiversary at the Tombstone Territory Rendezvous. And I don't believe in all this ghost. I don't believe this, but let me tell you what happened. So I'm in a hotel room that is has a rear window facing the back of town, just like Johnny Ringo was in 82. Ooh. And the photographs on the wall come off the wall by themselves. And in particular, the Johnny Ringo photo came off the wall and it shattered and the frame broke and everything while my back was turned to it. And I think, so I picked up all the pieces and I took it to the hotel receptionist and I'm trying to figure out, how do I tell you I didn't do it so that I don't get charged?
Right.
So I bring this pile of broken pieces to her and I say, this came off the wall. And she said, again, no matter where we put it, no matter what frame, no matter how we hang it, that picture always comes off the wall. And I said, well, you can keep it. I don't need it in my room.
Yeah, you hang on to it. Oh my goodness. Now, what Janelle's referring to, she was a speaker at the Tombstone Territory Rendezvous Symposium just last weekend. All things Earp. What did you say? It was
every year is themed. So we had one that featured women in the Tombstone-esque era of interest. And from there, I mean, it's a vague topic. From there, we just went down rabbit trails. But next year is going to focus on, I tease, the Okie Dokie incident, the OK Corral shootout behind the corral. And so that should be a really big year. Come down. The weather's not so hot.
I'm all for that. We're talking to Janelle Maloney. Her book. Now, what is this a book? Renee Jean, Learn From You, Immigrant Tales of the Platte River Raids. We can get this book, read this book. This is one of many that you have authored.
Yeah, that's the one that's going to set Wyatt's story into context.
Yeah.
So it's going to be only source documents. So Stuart Lake's record is not in there. Glenn Boyer's record's not in there. John Blair's, any secondary accounts, not in there. We're just going to look at the primary accounts. And of course, why it's there. So you're going to see what's really real. But I think it's fun because they don't include that story. Glenn Boyer has a section from the John Flood manuscript. And it's, I mean, Wyatt's coming up with this story. Wyatt's, when I was a kid, right? But he describes it in such a fun way. He says he was out in Orin, and Stuart Lake says he's standing up on a hill looking down on a creek and guarding the livestock, and he was dozing off. But in Glenn Boyer's book, that is discredited, but also a good, fun read. He says that they spotted a dozen Indians sneaking down the river channel out of sight of the unsuspecting camp full of women and children. And Wyatt is about to shoot the leader when his friend restrains him. Impatiently, Wyatt pulls away, and his aim spoiled, fires into the air to warn the camp, and all hell breaks loose and pandemonium reigns, and the woman spills cooking grease into the fire and causes a huge blaze. It's very, very exciting. Sarah Rousseau does not say any of those things. I mean, if the fire went ablaze, that would have been in her diary. That would have been a significant event. But it's a fun read.
But Janelle, when you're talking about Lake and Boyer and their descriptions of Wyatt Earp and the Wyatt Earp legends, yes, they embellish, they add stuff, they make it exciting, but that doesn't mean you throw the whole thing out. You found things where, yeah, that kind of jives with the diary of my great-grandmother. They were about, 30, 40, 50, 60 miles north of, they had taken out from Fort Laramie, right? And they were headed following the North Platte. So that would have put them in about Orin. You visited the place and you're like, here's what could have been the hill. Things did work. And she mentioned bullets flying, like things did jive with the embellished tales and a diary.
Yeah, and the diary is just as exciting. I mean, you're going to have those in-between moments where they just camp and eat and there's nothing else. But yes, the bullets flew in every direction. The arrows whizzed and they collected arrows off the ground, I think, because they could take it to the fort and say, who were these people that attacked us?
Yeah.
Maybe. But, oh, yeah, between her account and Nicholas Earp's 1865 letter that he wrote about it. Now, he doesn't say Wyatt Earp's name ever, not once. So some people have actually said, well, then how do you know Wyatt was there? Of course, Wyatt was with his father on their journey west. But it's little things like that that have caused these documents to become unreliable or suspect over many years, and they are not. They're perfectly harmonious. Her mileage adds up to 51.5 miles. And 7 months later, Nick Earp says it's exactly or about 50 miles. So even months between their details line up. But his account is so... it's very beautifully written. His handwriting is wonderful, but you can tell Nick Earp is Nick Earp. And he writes, we'd been in camp but a little while. J.B. Hamilton and I.C. Curtis, Dr. Rousseau, and myself were seated on the bank of the river talking. And I happened to look around behind me, and about 400 yards off, I saw a squad of men on horseback galloping towards us. And I sprang to my feet and sang out, Indians, to arms, boys. I mean, you just get completely absorbed in this stuff. If it isn't fun, what are you doing? You're teaching it wrong.
That's right. Nick is the patriarch of the Earp family. His kids, Virgil, Wyatt, and Morgan, in that order, birth order, And he supposedly, now, is there truth that he did assign Wyatt, then 16 years old, with his little brother Morgan, 13, I think at the time. He made them the guards with other guys, but he's like, you guys are on lookout tonight. 16-year-old and a 13-year-old, but these are the Earps.
And for a while, Wyatt and his brother were helping to provide pest control at a family farm in Iowa. So they had honed in a little bit of their shooting skills. But Wyatt later is well known to be a bit of a crack shot. But in this event, he says, well, I aimed and I shot, but my rifle range was out, and he didn't hit anyone or cause any harm. But he did, according to another family descendant from the wagon train, he did get a buffalo at one point, and he fed about 100 people with that.
Yeah, so we know things to be true. This, what we're talking about, this incident in Orrin, Wyoming, this is 1864. So north of Fort Laramie, as you move towards Bozeman, that was the Indian Wars, and that was the time, 1860s, 70s. You were likely to encounter hostility for whatever reason, probably because we killed all the buffalo for the Indians. But yeah, that stuff was happening. Bullets were flying for sure. That's incredible. And this, just the whole story of the immigration west is just fascinating. I'm excited to read this book. Can I get it now? It's out, Immigrant Tales of the Platte River Raids.
Immigrant Tales of the Platte River Raids is it's kind of like an encyclopedia. It's a resource of 370 eyewitness accounts of that Platte River Raid event, which is 3 days. Now we have Indian attacks elsewhere, but this gets into the military response, which is really bad. Like, they send out a regiment in response, and within a few miles of Fort Laramie, the Northern Plains Indians take all their horses, and now they're walking to respond. What are they going to do? They're never going to get there in time.
Yeah.
But it goes into the expeditions they take, who they pick to blame for this event, which is very tragic and unfair. And to my knowledge, Fort Laramie won't carry the book because it looks bad. It really looks bad on how we responded. But the immigrants, many of them are leaving the Civil War. They're whether they are hiding from the draft or whatever, but they're getting away from all of that, and they walk right back into it, to the point where when the military catch up to them, they say, we need your men, your ammo, and your weapons for military purposes. And they get sucked back in and sent on these expeditions. And that whole story is laid out. The 1864 Diary of Sarah Rousseau is available, but if you really want the Wyatt Earp event, I recommend the Wild West History Association journal, where I put in the Wyatt Earp said that he did these things into and tuck them in between those source records, so you can kind of get the best version of what is possibly happened that has been corroborated. If it's not been corroborated, you're not going to see it.
Yeah. Janelle Maloney has online presence. Find her online at Janelle Maloney. Now, Maloney spelled Molony. JanelleMaloney.com. You can find out more and read some books, buy some books. Janelle, a couple more things. I love when I'm reading old history, I would rather see the firsthand account, not a secondhand. I don't want Lake. I don't want, stuff that's about. I want people who, because I love to hear and read the way they wrote back then. It's just so authentic, right? You know, you're getting the real deal.
Yeah, exactly. I love that. And when you read Nick Earp's account, you cannot help but to pick up a twang. And Sarah's is just so prim and proper. And she's from London. So the way that she even views the world is very, very conservative. And she mentions, although I think this is a break, she when they get to see Brigham Young, the kids like to hear this, she called him a very fleshy man, or in other words, it's kind of fat. And I think that's quite funny.
I wouldn't have thought that. I was just going to bring that up next. Like they bump into Brigham Young. Besides the Wyatt Earp, I mean, the Brigham Young's pretty big deal. To just run into him on the trail, like Brigham Young could be anywhere in the United States. And we're talking once you got west of what? Iowa? Like it was wild country. This was the Wild West.
Yep. And whatever Brigham said happened.
And then also, history's not as black and white. It wasn't all whites were hostile to all Redskins and vice versa. There was along the trail, I think Sarah even says that we met these Indian chiefs. We talked to them. It's cool to hear the whole story colored like completely. It's neat.
Yeah, for sure. I do find that to be a spectacular thing on her account. And I don't know if it's maybe because she's a Londoner and she's not into all the rumors and such, whereas a lot of the miners and trappers, every Indian's a bad Indian at this point. And she just doesn't think of them that way. And they end up having breakfast with Chief Kanash, the Pavant Ute chief in Utah for several weeks. They exchange stories of science and history, and they're learning from each other. She meets Chief Toashobi or Toshu in Nevada, who she says is a very handsome man. Although I've never seen a picture of him or even a sketch of him. I'd like to know if anyone could find, because he's so hot. She had to, she's 49, but she still obviously felt something. I'd like to see a picture, please. But they have these very positive reactions, and I appreciate that even after the attacks, the next Indian that they see with clear, open eyes and do not apply a prejudice to them.
Good point. That's pretty neat. Yeah, find out more. I'm so fascinated. Janelle Maloney brings history alive. The historian, author. Find out more about her at JanelleMaloney.com. What about the next thing? What is this Birds Gone Wild due out soon? I saw you promoting it in a video. Ostrich ranching, successful ostrich ranching in Arizona. What got you into this?
Well, it's family history again. Once I got into the Rousseaus, I learned that Sarah's niece and nephew ended up being pioneers in Arizona territory. And then her niece, Desmona, was murdered by a stampede of ostriches on the road. And I said, oh my gosh, where did these ostriches come from? I need to know more. And so I deep dived into the history of ostrich ranching in Arizona. And it is fascinating. They are the most incredible, fascinating creatures on planet Earth, not just for what happened in the past, but because of what is currently being looked at in the scientific realm now. And that'll all come out in Birds Gone Wild January. I think we're on task.
All right. Well, that'll be a long way, but it's worth it. Yeah. Janelle, I think you're my spirit animal, because when I hear things that make me go, wait, what? Trampled by ostrich, I don't just stop there. That's where it starts. Then you dig in and you have to know the story and tell the story. That's so cool. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for spending time with us today. And let's sell some books. Let's find out more about history. Have a great day. Janelle Maloney, that's the hottie historian. And you can find her work at JanelleMaloney.com. Lots of books. And Renee Jean found her out to learn more about the Wyatt Earp story. And the first shots fired by Wyatt Earp certainly weren't at the OK Corral. They weren't in Illinois. They might have been in Orrin, Wyoming when he was shooting at Indians, or maybe 16-year-old Wyatt Earp. That is fascinating. We got to take a quick break. I'll be right back with more. We'll take a run for the finish line of the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Even the mighty might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Back from break, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Yellowstone is back open, but probably not for long. I just drove through there on the way back from Cody on Saturday when there was weather, and I'm not surprised people got all crashed up the other day. Over 30 accidents reported in Yellowstone National Park. They opened the roads for like a couple hours, and then they had to close them again because people got into so many accidents. It's really easy to do in Yellowstone this time of year. And it's not just, a ton of snow. Like, it's not the kind of wintry conditions you might imagine. There's winter driving, and then there's the kind of driving in Yellowstone where, for the most part, it's clear, dry road, and you're cruising along, and then you'll get to a shaded section. That's the worst thing. You can go over Sylvan Pass, some of the higher mountain passes, and they're actually not too bad. It's those, when you're sort of not paying attention, stretches where the sun angle this time of year, as Donde points out, is like, what did he say, 30 degrees lower or something? Donde's exactly right. It's the sun angle lower, and it can't get past the trees. There's so many trees in Yellowstone, obviously, shading sections of the road that it is sheer ice. You'll be like moving along at a good clip. I mean, a good clip in Yellowstone. 45 is the speed limit. At best, without traffic, maybe you can be doing 50, but 50 on dry pavement. Then all of a sudden you get into the shady section you didn't see coming, and it's ice and snow under you. It's, even for drivers that are experienced and ready for it, you're not ready for it. I could totally see how you could have accidents in there. And this is the worst time to have trouble in Yellowstone because there's nobody there. They're down to bare bones staff. I drove up to the South Gate, and they said I was getting out my park pass my annual park pass, and they said, nah, you don't need it. I'm like, oh, it must be a free day today. And then on the way back, I went through the East Gate there from Cody, and they said, it's free today. I'm like, why is it free? Is this a special day? It didn't even occur to me. It's the government shutdown. Somebody is at the gate, yes, but they're not taking money. What does that tell you? Why even man the gate then? Other than to distribute the, be bear aware and the map of Yellowstone. Why is there even anyone there? I think maybe they're just trying to prove a point to the higher ups in Washington, D.C. They're like, hey, if we're not getting paid, then we're not going to take money. And you're losing an opportunity. It's a lose-lose. You're losing an opportunity here. Oh, I could have got the Yellowstone fee out of these people, but we're not working today. So go ahead, move along. They weren't taking any money at the gate. Now, there are emergency services still working. There's tow trucks, there's park rangers, yes. But I imagine that's somewhat limited. And certainly if there's 30 accidents within Yellowstone National Park in any given day, they're pretty busy. I don't know how fast they'll be getting to you. Also in National Park, Zion National Park's got a wildfire going on right now. Same time they're closing roads in Yellowstone due to winter conditions, there is a wildfire going on in Utah, in Zion, on the West Rim. Wildland firefighters deployed to approximately 25-acre fire in the West Rim of Zion National Park. It was reported to park staff on Tuesday afternoon, and the cause of the fire determined to be lightning strike. Yeah, all fighting fires while there's a government shutdown. Here's another odd twist to a story. I don't even know if it's that odd. Probably predictable. Claire McFarland's been following these shootings at the F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Cheyenne. There's at least 4 we can think of. Inadvertent shootings, mistaken shooting, reckless handling of firearm shootings. In one case, there was someone who was shot by the presumably reckless handling of a firearm. The person, we finally get an ID now that the person accused of, or at least a person of interest in shooting a fellow airman accidentally, is now dead. Airman First Class Marcus White Allen discovered dead on base on October 8th. We had not had an ID of this person. We just knew that there was another shooting death on the base on October 8th. Now we're learning it is the 90th Missile Wing F.E. Air Force Base. It was the very person investigated as a suspect in the shooting of Airman Braden Loven back in July. So still no word on why or how he was found dead, but I don't know. I'm connecting the dots. Marcus Allen, First Class Airman Marcus Allen, suspected of shooting Airman Braden Loven, may have, I don't know. Yeah, I don't even want to finish the thought. You see where I'm going. Well, this story from F.E. Air Force Base, these shootings, I mean, Claire McFarland's on it. Maybe we'll get to the bottom of it, or maybe not. Game and Fish has gotten the bottom of a huge poaching ring. Multiple people convicted of wildlife crimes in southwest Wyoming. This is an 8-year investigation that just recently wrapped up in Sweetwater County, where they're going back years. This outfitter is accused of taking animals illegally. He and his sons and his friends, Sean Thomas of Farson, Wyoming, charged with numerous wildlife violations, as well as a whole bunch of Thomases. Taylor Thomas of Farson, Wesley Thomas of Farson, Christine Thomas of Farson, and then a bunch of Minnesota people, Michael Jordan, Austin Jordan, 8 in all, convicted of wildlife incidents, poaching, etc. Game and Fish has reported. Yeah, good. These are people that don't deserve to have firearms and shouldn't be hunting, etc., etc. Big story and good news from Wyoming Game and Fish. They finally got to the bottom of that 8-year investigation. 8 people have been convicted of wildlife crimes in southeast Wyoming. Yeah, that's going to do it for us on a Tuesday. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time. Thanks for spending your morning with us. We're the Cowboy State Daily Radio Show. Take us in on X Live, Facebook Live. We're on YouTube, of course, and the CowboyStateDaily.com homepage website. We're also featured, syndicated on select radio stations around the state, adding more every day. And if you miss it, go back and get it. Archived on demand wherever you find, listen, and download your favorite podcast. Cowboy State Daily Show. Good morning and have a great Tuesday, y'all.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.